Chapter 1149. Long Dayu had been on the run for a whole day. He was miserable and miserable, weeping and wailing. Training his heart in the world of mortals was beyond his imagination. He finally understood why he was being hunted. I was wrong. He stood on top of a mountain and shouted angrily at the city in the distance, as well as a group of people flying over. However, those people's eyes were like lamps, looking at him as if they were looking at a stack of scriptures or a pile of gold weapons. Not to mention their eyes, even their hair was glowing. They were all excited as if they had been injected with phoenix blood. Long Dayu saw this scene and turned to run, wailing, "Alas, alas, Xiaolong left the wilderness and became the scapegoat of the world." He shouted with a mouthful of blood in his throat. He felt so wronged. After lying low and enduring for so many years, he finally came out in high spirits. However, on the first day, he was made a scapegoat as soon as he showed his face. Was there any justice in this world? Was there a dragon that was more low-key than him these past few years? He said angrily, "It was so dark that I hid underground in all kinds of ancient tombs and ruins, never seeing the light of day. But today, the scapegoat fell from the sky." But who would believe it? At least the group of people behind him did not believe it and chased him all the way. Long Dayu's heart was bleeding. He used up several space-piercing talismans in one day and finally escaped with blood in his throat. He hid in the deep mountains and old forests, not daring to come out for the time being. G-Day, damn you! 2 days later, he carefully investigated and thoroughly understood the truth. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. The reason he was wanted was already clear. Someone had committed a crime in the heavenly immortal waterfall with the celestial blood star void sword, and in the end, he was the scapegoat. Needless to say, the other of the two wanted criminals, G-Dade, was the main culprit. Why was Long Dayu the main culprit in the end? Looking at the bounty, although G-Dade was also wanted, the bounty was not even a fraction of his. Long Dayu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His whole body trembled. This was really an undeserved calamity. I came to the world of mortals to train my heart. He was still trembling, angered badly, but he was doing his best to comfort himself, saying, "Fine, I'll take the black pot, cultivate the strongest heart." However, he still couldn't accept the fact that he was a scapegoat and wanted by the entire mortal realm. Where was the true culprit? That detestable G-Dade. Achoo! Chu Feng sneezed. He felt a little guilty. How many people were talking about this? Perhaps they were full of resentment. At the very least, he knew that the great evil spirit hated him and probably wanted to chop him to death immediately. Moreover, Long Dayu's appearance at this time made him the scapegoat, which made him speechless. Chu Feng pondered. If that strange dragon knew where he was, it would definitely rush over to fight him to the death. But you can't blame me for this. Everyone in the Yang realm thinks that you did it. It's not like I'm accusing you. Chu Feng lacked confidence when he said these words. Old Gu exposed him and said, "Then why don't you hurry up and clarify things? Tell the outside world that it was actually all you're doing." "Old Gu, you're siding with an outsider." Chu Feng glared at him, full of confidence, and said, "When the heavens bestow a great responsibility on a person, they must first torture his will and work his muscles and bones. This is the best training for him. Come, let's go sightseeing." The Manchurian tiger now had red lips, white teeth, fair skin, and delicate features. He looked like a pretty boy. He said, "Brother, speak human language. What are you going to do?" Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "While Long Dayu is being chased by the Mo family and everyone's attention is on him, let's make a comeback and go to the Mo family's territory to do something big." The Manchurian tiger's eyes widened. "Will Long Dayu go crazy if he finds out? At this point, he's already taken the blame for you, but you still want to use him as a shield and take the opportunity to stir up trouble. Are we being unkind? What are you talking about? Let's go." Chu Feng and the others set off again. That was because last time they had plundered the Mo family's divine mine and reaped great profits. Those minerals were priceless and were all supplementary materials for refining the little heavenly pill. If he could find a few more, he would be able to refine the pill and recreate the little heavenly pill of prehistoric times. Back in the desolate border, Dongqing had him boil his body with minerals. The dregs of those pills weighed several kilograms and were known as the little heavenly pill of the present age. However, the effects were far inferior to the prehistoric pills. That was because all kinds of rare materials were missing. It was difficult to gather them all in this era and could only be replaced with other minerals. During these years, Chu Feng had searched for all kinds of materials and gathered most of them. If he could gather them all and refine the little heavenly pill of ancient times, the effects would be incomparably shocking. Back in the desolate border, Chu Feng had boiled his body with all kinds of minerals for a couple of years, but it still couldn't compare to the little heavenly pill of prehistoric times. Just like that, Chu Feng used his domain methods and the protection of the stone jar to successfully ambush several of the Mo family's ancient mines. They were all remote places with the most lax defenses. It was another two types of minerals, both of which he urgently needed. What? The Blackstone orchid mine was robbed? When the Mo family's people received the news, the old kings were all furious. It was to the extent where a Mo family's Empyrean slammed the table in anger, causing the entire hall to tremble until it split apart. Being robbed like this was a type of humiliation. More importantly, the lost minerals were a bit unusual. Blackstone orchid was a type of special mineral that was extremely rare. It was a type of blackstone orchid. It could be called a plant, but it wasn't. It could also grow on its own. Now, the blackstone orchid in that ancient mine had its roots dug out and could no longer grow again. This type of mineral was useful to both divine kings and Empyreans. It was an extremely rare supplementary material for refining the medicinal powder they needed. The immortal King Earth mine was also dug out. The grievous news arrived one after another. The Mo family was furious. However, it was too late to say anything. The two mines were already barren and had been completely plundered. Mo family, I'm warning you. Framing me like this is courting death. Long Dayu, will take revenge. After resting for 2 days, Long Dayu finally couldn't help but speak out. According to his intentions, the Mo family should clear his name and withdraw the wanted order. Otherwise, if he was forced into a corner, he would definitely make the Mo family regret it. Chu Feng was speechless. This strange dragon was really a bit unlucky. He had just finished looting here, and the strange dragon jumped out to make statement. It was a bit hard to explain. Sure enough, within the Mo family, someone was so angry that he slammed the jade table and cracked the cave residence. He increased the bounty by a large amount in one go, almost doubling it. The Mo family never accepts threats. You dare to loot our clan's divine mine and even threaten us like this. Just wait for death. Long Dayu was dumbfounded. In the end, he couldn't help but curse. F*CK, #yen%. From then on, he hid everywhere, not daring to show his face for a while. When he learned that the Mo family had been looted, he was speechless. This really was like yellow mud falling into one's pants. He really couldn't explain it. Although the divine turtle has a long life, there's still a time. The flying serpent rides the mist and eventually turns to dust. Chu Feng sighed. He went on his way and headed east. He crossed the Dong-Shang divine continent and went deep into the boundless ocean. He was currently looking for an island. Rumble. The surface of the sea was majestic and turbulent. Unknown sea beasts stirred up waves that shattered the clouds. It was too majestic. I wonder if there are evolvers that can never die in this sea, muttered Chu Feng. Old Goosette, stop dreaming. They will die sooner or later. Throughout the ages, there has never been an ultimate evolved being in the Yang realm. Old Goo, is your memory reliable? Is the bloodline really in this area? The Manchurian tiger tried to get close to him. He didn't even call him Old Goo anymore. He desperately wanted to get rid of his donkey body and evolve into a tiger again. Moreover, he wanted the bloodline of the white tiger or black tiger. It would be even better if he could have the bloodline of the exotic desolate tiger. Search slowly. It's in this area, said Old Goo. Under the Manchurian tiger's request, Chu Feng and the others crossed the Dongshang divine continent to come here. They wanted to find the bloodline tree. That was a strange tree. The fruits it bore could reverse fortune. After eating it, one's bloodline would mutate, and certain genes hidden in the body would be dug out, strengthening them completely. Old Goo warned, "Let me tell you, the prerequisite is that the ancestor of your physical body has a trace of tiger bloodline. Otherwise, eating the bloodline fruit will be useless." The Manchurian tiger was dumbfounded after hearing this. How could a donkey have the bloodline of a tiger? Wasn't this toying with him? Old Goose said, "Well, in prehistoric times, the demon race ran amok. They were incomparably rampant, and all kinds of vicious beasts had marriages and alliances. They weren't particular about it. Why are there fewer and fewer pure-blooded creatures nowadays? It's all because of the bad star back then." The more the Manchurian tiger listened, the more he felt uncomfortable. "Are you trying to tell me that I might have many messy ancestors? Tigers, jackals, dragons, etc., and that I'm a hybrid?" Olgu nodded and said, "That's more or less what I mean. Many ordinary walking beasts' ancestors might be very illustrious, let alone a donkey spirit like you who can transform and gain intelligence. Your ancestor should have an extraordinary bloodline. Do you think I have the bloodline of an undying bird or a prehistoric dragon?" The Manchurian tiger said with a sullen face. He wanted an even more tyrannical bloodline. Scram to the side. "Do you think that your messy, impure bloodline will definitely have many great ancestors?" Old Goose sneered. The Manchurian tiger's face darkened. "Don't say any more. This hybrid bloodline sounds more and more like a curse. Stop mocking me." There was a misty island. It was grand and enormous, but all kinds of time fragments danced around it. It was too terrifying. It was located in the depths of the Jade Sea. Normal people couldn't find this place at all. After Old Goo arrived in this sea region, he continuously made deductions and finally found a spatial node. He brought Chu Feng and the others in and broke through. Then he saw that the entire island was entangled by the terrifying time fragments. The Jade Sea was boundless. Black clouds roiled and electromagnetic storms interweaved above the island. Blood-colored torrential rain poured down. Meanwhile, not a single blade of grass grew on the island. It was incomparably scarlet. There were even many collapsed mountains and broken and dried rivers. It was a scene of desolation and desolation. This was a secret realm. If Old Goo didn't find that spatial node, they wouldn't have discovered it at all. Chu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. This wasn't a simple place. Even if they could pass through the light screen surrounding the island, the inside was still terrifying and a bit terrifying. What kind of place is this? The Manchurian tiger was also scared. A place that can produce bloodline fruits. Do you think it's some kind of pure land? That kind of fruit can defy the heavens and change fate. Old Goose sneered. In the end, he said that this used to be a forbidden land that was brilliant and famous in the Yang realm. However, it was ultimately destroyed. At least a third of the Yang realm's experts died in that battle. Everything was for the sake of flattening this forbidden land. Old Goo's words were astonishing. Chu Feng's heart was heavy. He didn't doubt it because he opened his fiery eyes and looked inside. He immediately felt apprehensive. That's a Kuan Peng. He was bewildered. Under the black clouds, amidst the electromagnetic storms and the torrential rain of blood, there was a colossus near a broken mountain. Black lightning curled up and silver-white arcs of electricity intertwined. A giant half-fish, half-pung bird lay in disarray. It died miserably with wounds all over its body. Its golden feathers were burning, and the flames hadn't been extinguished even now. This was still the periphery of the island. Looking inside, there were still some terrifying figures. There was a humanoid creature sitting cross-legged in midair, but its temple had been pierced through by a shining scarlet spear. Its body was covered in blood as it died there and didn't fall to the ground. It's a bit strange and a bit terrifying, Old Goo. The Manchurian tiger mumbled softly. Old Goo sighed and said, "Who knows how many experts died in order to flatten this place back then? The Yang realm's vitality was greatly damaged, and its experts were almost wiped out. This was the result of the other forbidden lands lending a hand and helping the people of the Yang realm to flatten this place together. Otherwise, This place might still be prosperous to this day and shock the past and present. It's finally been flattened. This is a good place. Look, the endless corpses can be used to refine weapons. The Manchurian tiger's eyes were fiery. He was shocked and excited. Old Goose said disdainfully, "Don't even think about it. With your little cultivation, you'll melt completely if you're stained with a drop of blood after landing on the island." Moreover, he solemnly informed them that this was the island that his elder brother had locked up in the past. It had already become a secret realm controlled by his elder brother alone. Outsiders couldn't find this place at all. Without Old Goo, it was almost impossible to find that spatial node. "Your elder brother also participated in the war?" Chu Feng asked. "No. When he was born, the war had already ended many years ago." Old Goo shook his head. Back then, Li Su had also spent a lot of effort to lock up this island and make it his own. That was why this place had become his backyard. Let me tell you, the bloodline fruit is extremely heaven-defying. It's more terrifying than you can imagine. If you're lucky enough, it can make an ordinary creature develop an exotic bloodline, let alone a powerhouse. Old Goo's expression was solemn. This was a place that defied the heavens and changed fate. For a moment, Chu Feng and the Manchurian tiger were stunned. Suddenly, the faint chanting of scriptures passed through the light screen formed by the time fragments, attracting the attention of the three of them. Old Goo, in particular, was startled. "Impossible! This is the place that my elder brother locked up. Who can find it? Who can enter?" But then he was shocked and trembled. He exclaimed in a low voice, "F***CK. I've met a big guy. I've met the most ruthless person. F***CK. The martial madman is here." This was because they could vaguely see a pile of scriptures burning on the island, turning into a special flame that illuminated the void. And above the flame, there was a terrifying figure sitting cross-legged with his upper body bare. Chapter 1150. Martial Madman? This was a demonic name with a certain terrifying power. Back in the day, he dared to fight Li Su to the death and fought for 800 rounds. It was truly terrifying. And now, they were actually seeing his real body here. Old Goo's whisper caused Chu Feng's pores to open up and let in cold air. This kind of information was bone-chilling. The Manchurian tiger quivered even more and wanted to turn around and flee. His big donkey ears appeared in his agitation, and he even stuttered when he spoke. "Old Goo, don't scare people. We don't know if the martial madman is dead or alive. We don't even know where he is in seclusion. How could he come to your big brother's backyard?" Old Goo's heart trembled, and even his scalp went stiff. He said, "I wish it wasn't him as well, but it really was him. I'll never be able to forget that evil and insane appearance of his for the rest of my life. Our lives will most likely end here." On the island, a terrifying electromagnetic storm surged. The scene was like the end of the world. Add to that the downpour of blood. The corpses of various prehistoric Kuanpung and dragon sparrow were either strewn across the ground or floating in the air. The martial madman was completely different from what Chu Feng imagined. In his previous understanding, this should be an old man. After all, he had lived for a long time and was crazy but domineering. But what he saw now was subversive. If he were to stand up, he would be at least 195 meters tall. His bronze-colored skin had a sparkling luster and was extremely masculine. His muscles were powerful and domineering. He looked to be in his 30s at most. His face was as sharp as a knife, with sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples and a bronze luster on his face. This person was sitting in the air with his eyes closed. He was 3 feet above the ground, and his upper body was completely naked. He looked very rough and carried a wild aura. The pile of scriptures beneath him was too evil. The burning flames carried great Tao runes, as if they were supporting him to sit in the air. He was young and full of energy. In addition, he was domineering, oppressive, evil, handsome, dangerous, terrifying, and terrifying. This was the most intuitive impression he gave people. "Old Goo, can we escape?" the Manchurian tiger asked in a low voice. What was there to hesitate about when encountering such a ruthless fellow? Unless Li Su was reborn, how many people in this era would dare to touch him? As long as the martial madman was still alive, no one in the world would dare to challenge him. We can't leave. That madman is sitting cross-legged on the island. Even if there are time fragments isolating our auras, he most likely sensed us a long time ago. Old Goo wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and there was a hint of despair in his words. Of all the people he could have met, he had to meet a lunatic. He's in seclusion, and his eyes are closed. He shouldn't have sensed anything, right? The Manchurian tiger doubted. Old Goo was dispirited. He said, at that level, even if one sits in seclusion, they can still see through everything. Even if they fall into a deep sleep, as soon as an external object approaches, they will still be able to sense it. Otherwise, how could they be called supreme? The Manchurian tiger was remorseful. He felt that he really shouldn't have barged in. His spine was shivering, but he still didn't give up. Isn't this your big brother's backyard? Didn't you say that outsiders can't find it? This is too unreliable. The old goose sighed and said, yes, others definitely won't be able to find this place. They won't be able to discover that spatial node. This is a sealed private secret realm. But there's nothing we can do if we encounter the martial madman. His cultivation is profound, and if he comes to this area, he will definitely be able to find it and open it. When he thought of the battle between Li Su and the martial madman in the past, and now that the martial madman was sitting in seclusion here, the old Goo felt a headache coming on. This was obviously targeted at them. The martial madman most likely had his eyes on their line. He was obviously taking over his territory and harvesting his big brother's backyard. There are very few people in this world who can keep him in check. I feel so aggrieved seeing this scene. If only my big brother was still alive. The old Goo was indignant. This kind of treasured land could defy the heavens and change one's fate. It was a supreme land of fortune, but in the end, it was seized by the enemy. Old Goo, don't be anxious. I think there's something wrong with the martial madman. That's not his real body. Chu Feng's eyes turned into two golden runes, and he could see everything clearly through the fiery eyes. Huh. The old Goo was shocked. Was there any difference? Apart from the martial madman and his big brother, who else could enter this island? The reason why he rushed here today was that he felt that Chu Feng's jar and the large amount of soul and flesh within could most likely protect him and penetrate the time fragments on the periphery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to find this place. I'm sure that's a manifestation of Tao and not his real body. The more Chu Feng stared at it, the more convinced he was that it wasn't a corporeal body. Then, Chu Feng told the old Goo that the burning scripture was, in fact, only one. It was turning its pages automatically, and every page turned into an ancient scripture. When they were piled up, they manifested the fiery light of the great Tao and soared with terrifying runes. What? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The old Goo asked. This showed the value of the fiery eyes. Even the time fragments couldn't stop him. He could see through the root and reflect the truth in his eyes. I'm sure. Chu Feng nodded. The old Goo's expression was solemn. He exclaimed in fear and said, who would have thought that the martial madman would reach this level? This is the special realm that my big brother mentioned. What special realm? The Manchurian tiger asked. The old Goo sighed and felt a chill in his heart. The scripture condensed true rhyme and manifested a Tao body. This was the result of long-term blessing of the scripture, and the scripture truly manifested a certain state of the martial madman. A terrifying realm where no evil can invade, the old Goo murmured. He was rather disappointed and shocked at the same time. The enemy was actually so heaven-defying. What did it mean by no evil can invade? It meant that one's own path was stable and normal, and they would always maintain their original form. After evolving to a certain level, they wouldn't become indescribable. All experts knew that once one entered or slightly approached the great cosmos level, the evolution of a living being would be unpredictable. No one could predict what form they would take. Living beings close to the great cosmos level were extremely rare since ancient times. Moreover, each of them was different, and none of them were normal. Li Su had once said that walking one's own path was the correct path to evolution. Every step was a process of trepidation, and no evil could invade one's path. At present, it seems that the martial madman hasn't taken the wrong path. He's still on the right path, and he's still ascending. The old goo was truly shocked. Were those indescribable, peerless experts willing to become like that? Obviously not. However, they had no other choice now that they had reached this step. They could only brace themselves and continue. This meant that they had deviated from their path. It was unknown what realm the martial madman was at now, but at the very least, he hadn't taken the wrong path. This was incomparably terrifying. This is the scripture passed down by the martial madman. After being blessed by him, he can manifest his body and protect his descendants. The old goo revealed the truth. It wasn't that the martial madman had come, but that some evolvers of this line had come to the island and used the scripture to open up a safe path to enter the island. There was no need to think too much. Someone was coveting the bloodline fruits and had come here to steal their fortunes. When the old goo understood the truth, he immediately became anxious. This was his elder brother's territory, where the bloodline fruits were nurtured meticulously. How could he tolerate evolvers of the martial madman's line coming here to plunder the fruits? Don't be in a hurry to land on the island. Let's take a look first. As long as there aren't any celestial venerables here, I'll go all out. I'll break out the coffin and fight him to the death. No one can touch what my elder brother left behind. The old goo's eyes were red. This was the first time he had said such ruthless words. He didn't hesitate to shatter the heavenly gold sarcophagus and stop nurturing his body in order to come into the world ahead of time. You have a way to come out? The Manchurian tiger stared blankly. Even Chu Feng's heart was beating like a drum. If the old goo could come out, he would definitely be an extremely dangerous fellow. The old goo said, "We'll have to pay a terrible price. Since we know each other's background, we're in a strategic alliance. Let's not harm each other. This time, we'll advance together and kill the creatures that have landed on the island." He knew many of Chu Feng's secrets. He had even guessed the uniqueness of the jar. After all, they had fled together and experienced its extraordinariness. Moreover, there was a lot of soul flesh in the jar. When facing Chu Feng, he felt that this youth was too evil. "Yes, we must cooperate." Chu Feng nodded. Of course, he still had to be on guard. They circled around the island. The island was too big, but after Chu Feng opened his golden eyes, he was still able to see part of the truth through the light screen formed by the fragments of time. There are people on the island. In addition, there are 3 piles of scriptures burning to form a safe path to the depths of the island. Chu Feng's expression was solemn. He had already seen the 3 piles of flames supporting the 3 martial madmen to resist the terrifying phenomenon on the island. The blood chi released by the Kunping corpse and the white Qilin's remnant body were all blocked by the brilliance of the martial madmen's Dao bodies. It's faintly discernible. There's a special light flickering in the depths of the island, Chu Feng told the old goo. That's right. That's the bloodline tree. There are no more than 3 of them in the entire Yang realm. The other 2 might even be dead. This is something that can defy the heavens and change one's fate. Don't you guys not believe me? Even if you possess the so-called humanoid monarch's bloodline, it can still help you advance further. The old goo revealed such a secret. That fruit was effective even for Chu Feng. It's also very useful for me. Chu Feng was shocked. He thought that this trip could only change the Manchurian tiger's bloodline. He didn't expect that he would also benefit from it. It can help the humanoid monarch's bloodline improve further and undergo an inexplicable transformation. The old goo tempted. At the same time, he told the old goo that it also had a special effect on him. He also wanted to purify himself and awaken some kind of terrifying bloodline. Some powerful bloodlines contain a lot of evolutionary codes. They're very important to you and me, the old goo said. Subsequently, before Chu Feng even reached the island, the old goo's expression changed. This was because they had seen some traces on the island's periphery. They had discovered where the martial madman's bloodline had entered from. Damn it! Someone from my big brother's bloodline is involved. He was shocked and angry at the same time. The old goo had once mentioned that Li Su had a successor. He even mentioned that he was lucky that he had left quickly back then. Otherwise, he would have most likely met with an unexpected disaster. It was obvious that he didn't get along well with Li Su's successor. However, he had never expected that one of Li Su's successors was suspected to be on the same side as the martial madman's bloodline. Don't be anxious. They might not necessarily be in cahoots. It's also possible that one of your big brother's successors was captured by the martial madman and leaked some techniques. The old Gu didn't say anything. He stared at a black token at the edge of the island and fell into deep thought. In the end, he gnashed his teeth and said, "It's not that simple." He felt that things were very bad. He couldn't wait to obtain powerful strength to clean up the mess. "Let's get on the island," he urged Chu Feng, afraid that someone else would get the bloodline fruit before them. Chapter 11:51. Old Gu went mad because he was sure that someone from his brother's bloodline was involved. They were colluding with the martial madman's descendants, which was intolerable. On the shore of the island, the heavenly gold sarcophagus glowed and a bloody mist rose. Old Gu used a special secret technique to touch the black token in front of Bai Hai and confirmed that it had been activated not long ago. This was one of the key tokens to enter the island, and only those from Li Su's bloodline could activate it. Outside the island, the light screen formed by the time shards was extremely terrifying. It covered the entire island, and it was extremely dangerous. Without Li Su's token, it was impossible to enter the island. How hateful! Old Gu was furious. Chu Feng consoled him, "Don't be angry. This is no longer the prehistoric era, and most of your brother's descendants are dead. Who knows who will be the one to receive the inheritance now?" "I hope so." Old Gu was indignant. His brother was a hero, and if someone from his bloodline betrayed him and sided with the martial madman, it would be a great humiliation. "Brat, we'll have to rely on you. We have to enter secretly, and we can't go through here." Old Gu discussed with Chu Feng. Once the black token was activated, it would penetrate the light screen formed by the time shards, and the people inside would definitely sense it. "All right." Chu Feng nodded and brought Old Gu and the Manchurian tiger into the stone jar, ready to cross over. In the present age, apart from the token of Li Su's bloodline and a freak like the martial madman, there was no other way to enter the island. The time shards looked thin, but they were truly terrifying. They involved the power of time and could easily turn someone into a white-haired degenerate. Even if one had great abilities, they had to keep a low profile here. If a famous expert of the generation had come, they would be killed if they dared to barge in. Within the sealed stone jar, Chu Feng and the Manchurian tiger felt an indescribable palpitation. The jar was shaking violently, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. All of this was because they had moved. After hiding inside, Chu Feng activated the jar and shot into the time shards. If it were any other object, it would definitely shatter and die. In this area, even if one had a treasure personally refined by an Empyrean, they still wouldn't be able to enter. If they dared to rush in like this, they would definitely be crushed into powder. The stone jar was heaven-defying, but it was unharmed. Too scary. The Manchurian tiger's complexion turned pale. Even though he was separated by the jar, his heart still palpitated as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Old Gu said, "The experts fought each other and worked together to flatten this forbidden area. They paid a huge price, so the remnants left behind are naturally terrifying to the extreme." Boom! While speaking, the stone jar shook one last time. Then, it calmed down and no longer suffered any external attacks. "We made it through and landed on the island," Chu Feng said. They had succeeded. He cautiously opened the stone jar, revealing a small crack. Of course, before this, he smeared reincarnation soil all over his body to protect himself. This was because this island was truly not a good place. Sure enough, just as they opened the jar, their bodies violently trembled. Even their soul light was trembling as if it was going to explode. The sky above this island was covered by black clouds. The electromagnetic storm was concentrated, and at the same time, a bloody rain was pouring down. The pressure was suffocating. How terrifying! If we didn't have the protection of a treasure, we would have turned into minced meat in an instant even if we landed on the island. This baleful aura is too heaven-defying. The Manchurian tiger trembled. Regardless of whether it was that electromagnetic storm or that pouring bloody rain, they were both too terrifying. As long as they came into contact with even a little bit of it, they would definitely be destroyed. Chu Feng tried to throw out a divine-grade weapon. As a result, it instantly became full of holes in the bloody rain and was corroded beyond recognition. After that, an electromagnetic light flashed past, and that divine greatsword disintegrated with a cautious sound. This was a dangerous place. Even though it had already been removed from the world of the living and no longer had any creatures as its master, it could still be called a life-forbidden area. How many people dared to set foot here? At this moment, after the lid of the stone jar opened a crack, the reincarnation soil covering their bodies shone and actually became slightly sparkling and translucent in this place. Old Goo, are you familiar with this island? How do we get there? Chu Feng asked. This place was too evil. Even if they had the stone jar in hand to protect them, he wasn't confident in his heart. He was afraid of accidentally falling into a land of death. Don't be in a hurry to move. Let me see who exactly has come to this island, said the old Goo. If a celestial venerable really came, then there was no need to fight anymore. It was safer for them to retreat. Since the other party could land on the island, they naturally had enough to rely on. Moreover, he himself was a celestial venerable, so how could they resist? Wisps of blood, chi, emerged from the sky gold sarcophagus and flew out from the stone jar that was less than the size of a fist. However, they had just left the sarcophagus when they evaporated with a sizzling sound. This island was too terrifying. Even someone as strong as the old Goo, who had recovered to the high-level divine king level, wasn't strong enough. Stay closer to that martial madman. His runes have opened up a safe zone. Let's get closer, said the old Goo. It had to be said that the scriptures brought by the martial madman's lineage were very terrifying. They burned and flipped, producing the figure of the martial madman. He sat cross-legged in the void and forcibly opened up a world. There were no electromagnetic storms or blood rain in that area. It was very tranquil. The old Goo tried again, but this time, after the blood mist spread out, there was an even more terrifying boom. It was directly ignited and turned into flying ashes. The sky gold sarcophagus shook. The old Goo let out a muffled groan and said, "The martial madman is too abnormal. This is just a scripture he has blessed, and it's already like this." After many attempts, the old Goo managed to capture some remnant auras and a few silhouettes in the blood mist. He deduced that there weren't any celestial venerables here. Chu Feng was astonished. In such a terrifying forbidden land where even divine senses would be melted away, the old Goo actually had such a method to find out the truth. It was truly extraordinary. One had to admit that the old Goo was amazing. As expected of a prehistoric almighty. Let's go and head to the center of the island. If we're late, I'm afraid they'll successfully pluck the bloodline fruit. After that fruit ripens once, the mother tree will wither for many years. Chu Feng and the others moved. With the help of the stone jar and the reincarnation soil, they passed through the torrential blood rain area. Naturally, they didn't dare to enter the light area where the martial madman's illusory body was overseeing. If they really did enter, they would definitely suffer a terrifying attack. And this light area was connected together. To be more precise, it was a long and narrow area that led to the center of the island. This had vaguely become a safe path. Even Chu Feng had to admit that the martial madman was too heaven-defying. He only bestowed a few scriptures, yet he was able to maintain a pure land in this dangerous land and protect his descendants. They were silent along the way. Their hearts were heavy as they felt the terror of a true powerhouse. If they were to come here personally, they would definitely be able to cover the sky with one hand. What a freak. This is a true Kunping's corpse. Can we even pluck a few feathers? Even though the Manchurian tiger lowered his request and didn't dare to touch the flesh and only wanted to take a few feathers, it was still unrealistic. The old goose said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. The creatures on this island all contain a strong, baleful aura. Be it their blood or feathers, you'll definitely die if you touch them. All in all, the trio's strength was too low. Not to mention the Manchurian tiger. Even the old goo wouldn't dare to touch the Kunping's corpse now. How beautiful! This is a white Qilin, a rare beast among auspicious beasts. But it died here. The Manchurian tiger's eyes were red. A snow-white Qilin died in front of them, staining the ground with its blood. This martial madman is a little old man. Chu Feng was surprised. Along the way, he naturally saw the scriptures burning again. But the body of the martial madman, which was 3 feet above the ground, was thin and withered like the god of thunder. Upon closer inspection, the corner of his eyes and the tip of his brows were similar to the demonic and domineering middle-aged man from before. These are the scriptures that he had blessed at different times and created scriptures at different ages. The old goo's expression was solemn. This withered little old man was very old and looked more like the martial madman from the time when he was competing with Li Su. The Manchurian tiger asked, "So to say, the tall martial madman we saw just now was the incarnation of him when he was young?" "Not necessarily. It's possible that he looked even more ancient." The old goose sighed. "That's impossible, right? He's getting younger as he lives?" The Manchurian tiger exclaimed. The old goose said anxiously, "What's impossible about that? What I'm most afraid of is that the more he lives, the more vigorous his blood energy becomes. If that's the case, even if my big brother is reborn, he might not be able to suppress him." Along the way, they saw many terrifying scenes. The golden crow died a violent death with its head separated from its body and blood splattered all over the land. It died with its eyes wide open. No one knew what kind of tragic things it had experienced back then. Its head was cut off, and there was a terrifying claw hole between its brows. Even its brain matter had flowed out, but it hadn't dried up or rotted yet. It was all white. This is a divine bird. Why did it die so tragically? Many of the creatures on the island were slaughtered by a single living being. Ahead, there were many corpses floating in the air. No matter how the electromagnetic storm raged, the rain of blood, and the lightning interweaved, the corpses just wouldn't sink. These were the corpses of prehistoric evolvers. So why hadn't they rotted and been destroyed by the baleful energy on the island? Chu Feng's heart was full of questions. The old goo explained, "Don't think too much about it. This island is strange. Before all the experts in the Yang realm joined forces to attack this place, this land of danger was already like this. There were many corpses lying in disarray, but they didn't rot and didn't perish. They were all the spoils of war of the former island master. They were cursed to become corpse servants forever, unable to return to the dust, and unable to break away from this terrifying and miserable state for all eternity." Chu Feng was apprehensive. The master of this land of danger, the island master from back then, was too terrifying. There was no need to think too much about it. The creatures that died here were all the experts of the past. They were forcefully imprisoned as corpse servants, unable to reincarnate forever. This was a kind of torture. The Manchurian tiger mumbled, "So many years have passed, so why are the corpses of the experts that died in battle still preserved in their original state? Could it be that the island master hasn't died yet?" When they heard this, not only was Chu Feng trembling, but even the old goose sucked in a breath of cold air. Back then, all the experts of the Yang realm joined forces to attack this place, but a third of them were still annihilated. It was a catastrophe. There was a clear result of that battle. This forbidden land was flattened, and the island master died a violent death. Today, if it was announced to the outside world that the creature might not have died, it would most likely cause panic in the Yang realm. I feel that it should be dead. Otherwise, my big brother wouldn't have transformed this place into his backyard, said the old goo, but there was a trace of wavering in his heart. Who cares? Even if the sky collapses, there will be the tall ones to hold it up. We only came for the bloodline fruit today. We don't care about anything else, said the Manchurian tiger. Chu Feng also nodded. If this kind of matter was investigated too deeply, it would only make one's scalp go numb. It wasn't something they could consider. Even if this creature hasn't died, it most likely won't be able to revive and reappear. Otherwise, how could it allow people to enter the island? Said Chu Feng. He drove the stone jar forward quickly. Along the way, they saw a total of 4 piles of scriptures. They burned with great Tao symbols and supported martial madmen from different eras. They were incomparably terrifying, suppressing a part of the void and creating a brilliant expanse of light. We've arrived. They approached the center of the island and saw a few creatures. They even saw a resplendent ancient tree with some fruits that emitted dazzling radiance. Chapter 1152. Those creatures were guarding this place, waiting for the fruits to ripen. A bloody battle was unavoidable. None of the 4 creatures were easy to deal with. There was an old heavenly hound with grayish-white fur. It was extremely old and skinny, but no one would underestimate it. It was a peak divine monarch-level creature. Beside it was a dazzling golden pangolin. It was like an ancient heavenly dragon, lying dormant here with surging blood energy. The other 2 were humanoid. They looked like humans, but their true origins were unknown. They were all staring at the ancient bloodline tree, waiting for the fruits to ripen. The ancient bloodline tree was verdant and luxuriant. Its entire body was emerald green, as if it had been carved out of jade. It was releasing a divine green radiance. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the fruits on its branches. There were many of them, no less than 100. They were all snow white and sparkling, and some of them were emitting strands of primal chaos energy. One look, and one could tell that these things weren't ordinary. They were rare treasures. The number of fruits exceeded Chu Feng's expectations. The old man was astonished. Even he hadn't expected there to be over 100 of them. However, he secretly shook his head. Even though there were many fruits, they all represented different bloodlines. To the living beings of different races, not every fruit could be eaten. That was because there were different attributes. Eating them randomly would cause problems. Chu Feng reckoned that there was only one type of fruit that could improve the human monarch bloodline. The ancient bloodline tree was verdant and emitting a divine radiance. It pushed away the baleful aura and formed a pure land of its own. There were no burning scriptures here, nor was there the figure of the martial madman. The center of the island was a peaceful area formed by the ancient bloodline tree itself. This place seemed much safer than the area where his corpses were strewn. Chu Feng and the others hid in the stone jars, amidst the baleful aura and the corpses strewn all over the area. They had effectively concealed their auras, mainly because they were covered in the reincarnation soil. Even the 4 terrifying creatures couldn't sense them. There were too many corpses here, and the blood of various races flowed everywhere. The smell of blood was too strong. Chu Feng and the others naturally didn't get too close. If they were to be exposed, they would fight to the death with the other party. Do you see it? The fruits on the bloodline tree are releasing wisps of primal chaos mist. They are non-attribute fruits, but once they mature, they can allow one's original bloodline to advance a step further and undergo another transformation. The old man secretly informed. The 100 or so fruits were all pure white and sparkling, but most of them had different attributes. Only a few of them had primal chaos mist. This was exactly what Chu Feng needed. He didn't want any white tiger bloodline, nor did he want a dragon's body. His own human bloodline was enough. If he took a step further and consumed the neutral fruit to promote the mutation of his bloodline, that would be wonderful. A gust of astral wind blew past, causing the bloodline ancient tree to sway. The fruits on the tree also swayed, and the region where the sacred and peaceful tree was located was no longer peaceful. A terrifying sound could be heard. Woo! The roars of the true hoe could be heard from some of the fruits. Roar! There were also snow-white fruits that emitted waves of tiger roars that shook the heavens and the earth. At the same time, some special patterns appeared on the bloodline fruits, and they vaguely reflected the faces of some ancient creatures. The Manchurian tiger was astonished, and then he trembled in excitement. He secretly transmitted his voice, saying, "I heard it, I saw it. There are tiger race bloodline fruits there." The reason why he came was to change his bloodline. He didn't want to be a donkey spirit anymore. He saw hope. What a coincidence. Are these fruits about to ripen? Even Chu Feng was slightly excited. He was looking forward to the mutation of his bloodline, and his constitution would definitely improve once more. It's not that we came at a coincidence. These four creatures have sacrificed themselves here and accelerated the ripening of the bloodline fruits, said the old man. If they wanted to sacrifice themselves, they naturally needed all kinds of natural treasures, including the powerful soul bones of the relevant races. This place had been interfered with. Let's wait. Maybe they'll ripen in less than a month, or even faster. The old man was very confident. I want to become a mutated, desolate tiger. The Manchurian tiger grinned. He had had enough of being fooled by the old donkey in the land of reincarnation. He had honestly reincarnated as a donkey. He was very happy. He put his arm around Chu Feng's shoulder and said, "We brothers are fated to be able to meet again in the Yang realm. I'm going to recover my true body soon." A warm current flowed through Chu Feng's heart. He thought about the various things in the serene realm. He saw yellow cattle, black yak, Ouyang Feng, and the others die in the great abyss one by one. In the end, he witnessed them reincarnating. His heart was filled with bitterness and bitterness. It was difficult to understand what he was feeling. It was fine as long as they could meet again in the Yang realm. He hoped that there would be a day when they could meet again. He prayed that no accidents would happen to them, even though he knew it would be extremely difficult. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted near the stone jar. A pile of scriptures rustled as they automatically flipped through the pages. Following this, a figure suddenly appeared and sat cross-legged in the void. Oh no! Both Chu Feng and the old man realized that things weren't looking good. The martial madman had appeared, and they actually didn't notice that there was a scripture here that had been blessed. Chu Feng wanted to seal the stone jar immediately, but it was too late. It wasn't the martial madman's illusory body that showed its might, but it was caused by a biting cold blade light that streaked across the sky. A portion of the blade light followed the gap and rushed towards the stone jar. Roar! The old man was shocked and furious. They were secretly being watched by someone, but they actually didn't notice it. This was too dangerous. It could be assumed that the burning of the scriptures and the manifestation of the martial madman's body was also the doing of the creature in the dark. Clang! The stone jar shook violently after being struck by the blade light. The lid flew out and couldn't be closed. Moreover, the terrifying blade light was about to blast in. At the crucial moment, the old man rushed up against the sky and faced the blade light. Amidst the deafening sound, the old man was sent flying. However, the burning scriptures had already suppressed the martial madman's figure to the point that he couldn't move. However, the lid of the stone jar was pulled by the old man at the crucial moment. It flew diagonally and collided with the scriptures. With a bang, the martial madman's figure flickered. Clang! With a flash of the blade light, the sky gold sarcophagus was sent flying. The inside of the stone jar was a tragic sight. The Manchurian tiger was split into two, with blood gushing out. Even though the old man had rushed out and blocked the blade light, a portion of the blade light still flashed past. After all, the lid of the stone jar had been blasted off. Roar! Chu Feng roared. He fell out almost at the same time as the old man and summoned his previous life's Tao fruit at the first instance. Otherwise, he was destined to be split into two as well. However, he wasn't able to block it for the Manchurian tiger. It was too late. All of this happened in an instant, and this sudden saber light almost killed all of them. Brother Tiger, Chu Feng roared. The terrifying blade light flashed by. Although it didn't directly hit the Manchurian tiger and only released a wisp of killing intent, it wasn't something that the tiger could withstand. Chu Feng's heart trembled. He was afraid that the tiger would die. At the same time, the blade light came again and flew towards Chu Feng. Dodge! This is the path to the supreme seven deaths body. The old man roared. Chu Feng saw the bright red blood in the flying jar. He didn't know how the Manchurian tiger was doing. His eyes turned red as he roared in anger. At the same time, lightning flashed and rumbled in the sky. Chapter 1153. The heavenly tribulation didn't appear in time. Chu Feng's heart sank because this island was too bizarre. That creature was charging over with tyrannical and powerful energy. Its body was as black as ink and was wrapped in a mass of black light. Was this the so-called Supreme Seven Deaths method? Chu Feng dodged. His main goal was to retrieve the stone jar. This item was too important, and he couldn't afford to lose it. In addition, the stone jar was the only way to contend against the scripture strengthened by the martial madman. Apparently, the old man also knew that the situation was critical. The heavenly gold sarcophagus glowed and surged with a bloody mist. It was like a surging red ocean as it rushed toward the creature. The only fortunate thing was that the scripture had been smashed by the lid of the stone jar and was sent flying, causing the martial madman's figure to disperse. Otherwise, it would have been a dead end if the scripture had been here. Boom! The heavenly gold sarcophagus was too fast. The old man had used a secret technique, but the creature's reaction was also swift and fierce. The snow-white blade light poured out in torrents, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. With a clang, sparks flew from the sarcophagus. This attack made the old man incomparably uncomfortable, and the bloody mist was rapidly being consumed. Of course, the most terrifying part was the creature's own palm. It pressed down on the heavenly gold sarcophagus, causing black light to erupt. Afterward, not to mention the old man, even Chu Feng felt the terrifying power of life and death from afar. The creature shrouded in black light seemed to have come from the underworld. Its body was surging with an aura of death that eroded the heavenly gold sarcophagus. This kind of energy was too terrifying. The old man growled. His blood and chi boiled and transformed into a scarlet mist that rushed out to block the black light and force the person back. It was obvious that even a valiant person like the old man was apprehensive and was doing his best to resist. This time, he really didn't hold anything back. During the process of the creature's retreat, the aura of death dispersed. Afterward, there was a rich vitality surging on its body. When it targeted others, it was the aura of death that corroded them, but when it targeted itself, it was the vitality that revolved around it. Life and death were separated by a single thought. Was this the terrifying part of the Seven Deaths method? At this time, Chu Feng had already rushed toward the stone jar. As long as he had this item in his hand, he would have a lot of confidence. Unfortunately, even though he had obtained the stone jar for quite some time, he was still unable to completely refine it, unable to establish any connection with it. He was too passive. He felt that the main reason was that the level of this thing was too high. Perhaps it had crossed several civilizations and was unfathomable. Just as Chu Feng came into contact with the stone jar, his spiritual energy was dispersed. He found it harder and harder to control the stone jar, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. That living being was summoning the scriptures blessed by the martial madman. The chanting of the scriptures shook the heavens, as if a Buddhist chant was being chanted or as if a demonic ancestor was preaching about the Tao. As the scripture flipped, countless symbols flew out, and the figure of the martial madman appeared once again. Chu Feng's body almost exploded because the summoned scripture severely affected him. It was the closest to him, making him almost unable to budge. At the same time, that creature was too fast, rushing towards the stone jar a step ahead of the old man. He already understood that this seemingly dull and lightless jar was extremely special, an unimaginable treasure. How dare you? Old Gu was greatly alarmed. He knew that the stone jar was extremely important, so he followed behind to fight over the stone jar. Boom! The two of them collided in midair. Old Gu risked his life, and the sky gold sarcophagus was dyed red with blood. He finally caught up and collided with the other party. At this moment, Chu Feng moved with great difficulty and left the area where the scripture was. Fortunately, the scripture was swaying, and the symbols it emitted did not construct the martial madman. Otherwise, he would have directly exploded. There was no hope. Swoosh! Chu Feng flew into the distance and found the lid of the stone jar. He held it in his hand, but his expression was unsightly. He had never encountered a situation where the main body of the stone jar could not be preserved. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed towards the scripture with the lid in hand and directly smashed it. Whoosh! The scripture flipped and was sent flying. Its pages flipped chaotically, and it fell into a pile of corpses in the distance. It was finally far away from the battlefield. Chu Feng was as fast as lightning, rushing towards the two people who were currently fighting. However, at this time, a figure appeared, blocking in front of him. A finger reached out and pointed towards Chu Feng. This person's figure was ramrod straight, and he wore scarlet armor. He was like a demonic mountain as he stood there, giving off a domineering and powerful feeling. A single finger could split the sky. It was too valiant. He was an expert at the peak of the divine king realm. After splitting the sky with a single finger, 3 true dragons flew out from the tip of his finger. They tangled together, and dragon cries shook the 9 heavens. This scene shocked not only Chu Feng, but even Old Gu was shocked. It was because this was his big brother's secret technique. His big brother was called Li Su, and he was also known as Li Sanlong. It was rumored that he could release the power of 3 dragons with a single finger. Of course, this was just a legend. To be more precise, it was actually a type of battle skill. Now, someone had recreated this technique. The 3 dragons' bodies were enormous, vivid, and lifelike. One of them had black scales that looked like they were cast from steel, one was scarlet like blood, and its body was thick and large. It was extremely terrifying, and the last one was silvery white all over. Its scales looked like they were burning, radiance illuminating the 9 heavens. The 3 enormous true dragons tangled together, raising their heads as they smashed towards Chu Feng. The energy was just too boundless. Chu Feng's eyes were naturally already red. He raised the lid of the stone jar and smashed it down. Right now, he didn't have any other choice. He could only fight to the end. Gotcha! Right at this time, the heavenly tribulation that had arrived a long time ago actually descended, sending down streak after streak of lightning. In front of him, the 3 enormous dragons were completely submerged in lightning radiance, suffering the most powerful attacks of the heavenly tribulation. Chu Feng was shocked. He immediately placed the lid of the stone jar in front of him, and then moved it above his head to defend himself. In his opinion, there was no way to deal with the current heavenly tribulation. The 3 dragons disappeared in the end, but they struggled for a bit. This was a bit too shocking. That person could clash with the most powerful heavenly tribulation with just a casual finger. However, the heavenly tribulation came quickly and disappeared just as abruptly. The entire island surroundings were covered by fragments of time, covering the horizon. Just now, it was also because of the surging fragments of time that a crack appeared, causing the heavenly mysteries to leak out and the lightning tribulation to descend. Ignore him, he's just an ant. Help me seize the jar. That creature whose entire body was covered in a sphere of dark light shouted. It was both excited and anxious. He was fighting fiercely with Old Gu, and the stone coffin was trembling. The 2's struggle over the stone jar had already reached a climax. The person wearing scarlet armor who had previously used Li Su's secret technique was like an illusory flower. He disappeared from his original location, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Old Gu and attacked the stone coffin. Almost at the same time, Chu Feng also rushed over to help Old Gu resist and seize the stone jar. Boom! Black light poured down in torrents. The creature that cultivated the 7 deaths method surged with death energy, pouring it into the stone coffin. Then, he stepped on the heavenly gold stone coffin and turned around to pounce on the stone jar. He was too fast. Back off! Old Gu had suffered greatly. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he actually shouted at Chu Feng, telling him not to approach. Gotcha! Boom! At this time, the stone coffin disintegrated. Then, the energy aura instantly erupted and blood splashed everywhere. Old Goo came out of seclusion in a violent rage, revealing his true appearance. At this moment, the person wearing scarlet armor coughed up blood and was sent flying. The impact of the explosion of the stone coffin on him was too great. Apart from that, the creature that cultivated the seven deaths method was also coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. However, he had successfully fled towards the stone jar. He was finally going to succeed. Old Goo's appearance stunned everyone. He had red lips and white teeth, a typical elegant and beautiful youth. He was a genuine pretty boy, and he actually didn't look old at all. At this time, his killing intent was boundless. Someone was using his big brother's secret technique and walking together with someone from the martial madman's bloodline. This was intolerable. Bang! Chapter 1154. After losing the ultimate artifact, Chu Feng's heart sank. He was the only one who understood how great the impact was. His achievements today were largely related to this jar. There were 3 seeds within it, and they were the root of his rise. Old Goo's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was tall and slender, and there was an indescribable scarlet pattern imprint between his brows. He looked like a handsome young man, but his killing intent was overflowing and his eyes were cold. Old Goo, how did you become a gigolo? Even at this juncture, Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Although he was furious after being ambushed, could he change anything now? He was trying his best to relax and calm himself down to think of the best countermeasure. Regarding Old Goo, he had indeed exceeded Chu Feng's expectations. Old Goo spoke with an aged voice, but in the end, his appearance was too tender. This old man has failed this time. I came into being prematurely, so my transformation is incomplete. I can't recover my power normally, so I can only start all over again. Old Goo spoke with an aged voice. The 2 life forms opposite them were astonished and stared at them. However, they were relatively calm and had grim expressions. Everything was under their control, and they had the upper hand. Moreover, the 4 life forms guarding the bloodline tree were also closing in, blocking Old Goo and Chu Feng's path of retreat. Chu Feng sighed. It couldn't be said that he was careless today. It could only be said that the enemy was sufficiently powerful and had the scripture personally blessed by the martial madman. Yet they were still so cautious, hiding in the dark and waiting for him and Old Goo to arrive. Old Goo didn't feel any fear toward the 4 life forms. Although they were also divine kings, they couldn't be compared to the 2 before him. One was a genius of the martial madman's faction, and the other was an inheritor of his elder brother's faction. Both of them were extremely powerful, especially the former, who was actually cultivating the 7 deaths method. Don't touch that life form shrouded in black light, or you'll be corroded by the power of death. This person is too powerful. Old Goo warned Chu Feng. What was the 7 deaths method? Chu Feng couldn't understand why Old Goo would be so afraid of him, even to the extent of suffering in the confrontation just now. He knew that Old Goo didn't even fear the divine kings of the alien desolate race. Yet he was so concerned about this person who cultivated the 7 deaths method. The so-called 7 deaths method refers to people who have to die 7 times. Old Goo's words stunned Chu Feng. The atmosphere was very tense. Both sides were in a standoff, and no one was in a hurry to attack. 7 deaths. Old Goo nodded and secretly informed him of the situation. In this world, there were some people with ordinary aptitudes, and it was extremely difficult for them to advance to the next level. They could only make a breakthrough by meditating on death. If they succeeded, they would transform into a dragon and soar into the heavens. But if they failed, they would perish and become a skeleton. Such people were able to reverse life and death in the most dangerous of life and death situations. Once they advanced, their strength would be extremely strong, far surpassing that of ordinary evolvers. Ancient sages had summarized their experiences and created the 7 deaths body in order to pursue extreme power. Ordinary evolvers had no choice but to go through life and death training in order to break through. However, the most talented people in the past had actively studied the process of life and death training in order to become stronger. As for the latter, advancing wasn't a problem to begin with, but they had to transcend and become the most powerful, pursuing the most powerful of their level. Thus, the seven deaths body was created. Don't tell me that this kind of person has to go through 7 life and death sects before breaking through. Chu Feng was shocked. That's it. Old Gu nodded and told him in secret. Think about it. 7 times in life-death seclusion means that you have to really die 7 times. How many people in this world dared to take such a risk? Those who succeeded were all incredibly powerful, unrivaled in the same realm. Every time I evolve and try to break through to a higher realm, I'll die 7 times. Is it the same for all realms? Chu Feng simply didn't dare to believe it. He looked at the creature wrapped in black light and felt true fear. If that type of person truly exists, not even my older brother would be his opponent. He would have to run the moment he saw him. This was what he personally said back then. Old Gu said with a sigh, there were quite a lot of realms in evolution. One had to die 7 times before breaking through each realm. What kind of joke was this? No one could do it. In fact, the 7 death body of single realm was extremely difficult to reverse life and death 7 times. In this vast world, how many people could do it? Old Gu sighed and said, the martial madman's lineage is full of madmen. I can't believe there's someone among his descendants who cultivates this kind of method. As expected, it's terrifying and powerful. The information he revealed showed that the martial madman was such a person. He had cultivated the 7 deaths body. Which realm did the martial madman cultivate the 7 deaths body in? Chu Feng asked. Old Gu said, what nonsense are you talking about? There are very few creatures that can cultivate the 7 deaths body in a single realm. As for the martial madman, I think he should have perfected one of the realms. Perhaps he cultivated the 7 deaths body in 2 realms. Otherwise, why will my older brother have to go through so much trouble to deal with him? He shook his head. For others, not to mention multiple realms, even if they could cultivate the 7 deaths body 3 times in a single realm, it would already be considered a genius. For ordinary creatures, it was already a miracle to reverse life and death once, let alone 3 times. Then what about the person in front of him? This person has big plans. He cultivated the 7 deaths body in the Divine King realm. Once he succeeds and breaks through this realm, he will become the strongest heavenly venerable in the world. At the same realm, there was almost no one who could keep him in check. However, this person should have only reversed life and death 3 times. He was still far from reaching the 7th. Only 3 times? Chu Feng was surprised. Old Gu was dissatisfied and said, what's with your attitude? Do you think that the 7 deaths body I mentioned is easy? There were so many heroes in the prehistoric era, but not many people could do it. Then he emphasized, do you know what it means to have experienced it 3 times in the Divine King realm? You will be known as the 3rd Revolution Ultimate King. What did he mean? Chu Feng looked at him. Old Gu said, after the 3rd Revolution life and death body, a Divine King is almost unparalleled in the same realm. There are few who can rival them, but they can annihilate other kings. Do you have a direct impression of it now? Chu Feng finally understood the power of the 7 deaths body. 7 deaths and 7 lives. It meant that he had witnessed the path of the martial madman. He finally understood why Old Gu was usually so conceited and looked down on the heroes of the world. But today, he was so cautious and concerned about that person. Old Gu was Li Su's brother, but he was still so cautious. It was enough to show how powerful the martial madman's descendant was. Although the two were communicating in secret, it happened in an instant. They were communicating through their divine senses, so it was naturally completed in a single thought. At the same time, Old Gu told Chu Feng that the red-armored Divine King who had received his big brother's inheritance was also very powerful. He seemed to have obtained the true inheritance. During the confrontation just now, his methods were astonishing, and he was also a great enemy. On the other side, the two were also communicating in secret because they were very surprised by Old Gu. With the 7 deaths body at the 3rd Revolution, He should have been able to suppress all the divine kings in the world. But in the end, he couldn't take down old Goo. Sigh, what a pity that my body hasn't recovered and the transformation left a flaw. Otherwise, I would have dared to face him head-on even if he had the real Seven Deaths body. Old Goo was regretful, but he wasn't dejected. There were other ways to remedy the flaw left on his path of evolution. He and Chu Feng conversed in secret. If they suddenly attacked, the longer it took, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Fight with us? You're courting death. The man who cultivated the Seven Deaths body sneered and revealed a cold expression. He grabbed the stone jar and smashed it over. He was sure that this was an ultimate treasure. But what astonished him was that no matter how much energy he poured in and tried to activate it, there was no reaction from the stone jar, and it couldn't be activated. In fact, old Goo had been waiting for this opportunity. After being together with Chu Feng, he naturally knew that this jar was very abnormal. There was no reaction no matter who activated it. Chi, chi, chi. 10,000 rays of scarlet multicolored light shot out from old Goo's body. They revolved and turned into a boundlessly terrifying sword Dao river. It was as though a flood formed by divine swords had breached a dam and rushed over with a whistling sound. Rumble. The heaven and earth exploded. The entire area was filled with raging waves and violent collisions. Runes appeared in large numbers and were branded in the void. Old Goo had used his trump card right from the start. The martial madman's descendant let out a muffled groan. He didn't expect that the stone jar couldn't be activated. He was attacked by the sword Chi and covered in runes. A few sword scars appeared on the surface of his body and stained with blood. However, he reacted quickly and quickly reversed the battle situation. In the end, Death Chi surged and old Goo was actually sent flying. Such a powerful sword radiance was enough to kill a group of divine kings. This was old Goo's arrogance and conceit, but it was scattered by the martial madman's descendant. Old Goo had suffered a great loss. His little face was pale, and he was coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Old Goo, Chu Feng, cried out. This was Li Su's sworn brother. Even if his body was flawed and not in the best condition, it was still too terrifying to be sent flying. Old Goo, who could have killed a group of divine kings, was heavily injured. This was enough to show how serious the situation was. Motherfucker, he's almost finished cultivating the Seven Deaths body. This is terrible. Old Goo became ruthless. His whole body turned scarlet, and the blood mist resonated. Chu Feng realized that even though he had attached great importance to this, he had still underestimated the supreme Seven Deaths body. It was no wonder that even the martial madman was walking this path. Rumble. The worst situation was that the scarlet-armored man who obtained Li Su's inheritance also took action. His 10 fingers trembled, and true dragons roared one after another, shaking the 9 heavens. They all surged about. The dragons' bodies were enormous, and their scales seemed to be forged from steel. They were ice-cold and intimidating. Their roars shook the heavens as they charged at old Goo. He also made his move to kill old Goo. Following that, the martial madman's descendant shone with black light and erupted with thunderous sounds. The void was torn apart as he attacked once again. Chu Feng did not hesitate and directly rushed forward. How could he tolerate these two wanting to kill old Goo? Retreat. Old Goo roared inwardly. He actually requested this from Chu Feng. After that, Chu Feng saw that the old man's entire body was so bright red that it was sparkling and translucent. Blood light rushed into the heavens, and dozens of runes appeared on the surface of his body. He had forcefully resisted a 3-revolution extinction king and fought against Li Su's inheritor. Rumble. The entire area exploded. For a moment, the energy drowned out everything and nothing could be seen. Old Goo and the 2 others seemed to have disappeared. In the end, Chu Feng's eyes turned red because he opened his fiery eyes and saw old Goo flying out. He was covered in blood, and his body was almost broken into 2. His internal organs and intestines were flowing on the ground, and his soul light was dim. He had suffered serious injuries. However, the other two were not in good shape either. They were covered in blood, but their injuries were much lighter than Old Goo's. One had to know that Old Goo had just used a trump card to kill the two, but he did not succeed. This further proved the frightening performance of a third revolution ultimate king. Motherf asterisk her, even a bunch of divine kings would be killed by me. But these two are still alive and unharmed. Old Goo was furious. His condition was not good, but his opponents were unharmed. At this time, Chu Feng's gaze was frightening. He saw reincarnation soil everywhere on the ground. During the violent collision just now, the martial madman's descendant used the stone jar to resist. As a result, the jar was almost sent flying, and the contents inside were scattered everywhere. "Brother Tiger!" Chu Feng shouted. He was startled, angry, and impatient. In the end, the energy dissipated. The martial madman's descendant actually shook the jar and threw out half of the Manchurian tiger's body. It was almost turned into meat paste, but there were no soul light fluctuations. Chu Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He was too passive today. He was nervous and angry. With a ripping sound, he turned into a stream of light and took a tool in his hand. It was that chopstick-long black wooden spear. During the battle with Old Goo, just now, the martial madman's descendant had used the stone jar with all his might. In the end, it was to no avail. The stone jar had no reaction, and the contents inside had spilled out instead. Chu Feng saw reincarnation soil, the black wooden spear, and 3 seeds on the ground. Those were the things he cared about the most. But at the last moment, he only chose the wooden spear and grabbed a handful of reincarnation soil. This was the only key tool that could turn the tide of the battle. The other items were even more heaven-defying, but they were useless to him. Third Revolution Ultimate King? I'll kill you. Chu Feng roared. Chapter 1155. Chu Feng's delicate face was filled with anger, and his body was trembling slightly. This was naturally not because of fear, but because of an eruption of anger. Half of the Manchurian tiger's body was twisted under his feet. It was unknown how many of its bones were broken, and its flesh was limp like mud. It was too miserable. Chu Feng hurriedly put away. After being shaken by a divine king, the Manchurian tiger wouldn't even be left with blood and mud, only ashes. "Kill!" Chu Feng lightly shouted. In his palm was a handful of reincarnation soil, and within it was a black wooden spear that was only as long as a chopstick. However, this was entrusted with his boundless killing intent. He wanted to kill the descendant of the martial madman and this terrifying divine king who was cultivating the 7 deaths technique. He tried several times in succession, but there was no reaction from the black wooden spear. This was embarrassing. His baleful aura surged to the sky, and his hair danced in the wind. However, it was all bark and no bite. In fact, his loud shout, his bristling anger, and his boundless killing intent caused the man covered in black light to shiver slightly. He really thought that Chu Feng had a trump card. The martial madman's descendant surged with black light, and the radiance blossoming from his body soared into the sky, tearing apart the electromagnetic storm and causing the nearby blood rain to whistle and fly around. However, nothing happened. Not only him, but the terrifying divine king who had obtained Li Su's inheritance was also astonished. As for Old Goo, he covered his forehead with a delicate used palm, feeling embarrassed for Chu Feng. What's the use of shouting so loudly? Why don't you kill? Old Goo's heart sank. He naturally knew how Chu Feng killed divine King Mo Lei at the heavenly immortal waterfall, and how he killed the pursuers from the Western Paradise Organization. He had high hopes for this, but he didn't expect that he would be silenced now. "Kill!" Chu Feng shouted a few more times, but it was still useless. What black lightning, or the resurrection of the pitch-black wooden spear that seemed to come from the underworld, none of them happened. His face was burning hot. What kind of nonsense was this? That's too shameless. The key was that he didn't succeed in activating the black wooden spear, and this meant that both he and the old man were in danger. They would fall into a dangerous situation, and they would most likely follow in the Manchurian tiger's footsteps. The man in scarlet armor, who had received Li Su's inheritance, laughed. His laughter was slow and cold, and his eyes were cold. This was a form of mockery, and even more so, a form of contempt. It was truly laughable for such a situation to occur on the battlefield. In his eyes, the other party was too lowly. In his eyes, this was a weak evolver that he could kill with a single slap. In fact, he had already slapped Chu Feng in an arrogant, disdainful, cold, and condescending manner. He had slapped Chu Feng's face in an ostentatious and domineering manner. He wanted to slap Chu Feng until he exploded and give Chu Feng a very undignified death. Can you do it? Old Gu felt anxious and embarrassed for Chu Feng. Whether or not he could survive and turn the tide of life and death all depended on the broken wooden stick in Chu Feng's hand. Rumble. At the same time, Old Gu attacked with a bloody mist. Scarlet light shot out from his body that tore through the void. He collided with the incoming palm and blocked it for Chu Feng. He wanted to make Chu Feng go all out and test the power of the black wooden spear once more. He wanted to unleash the potential of this great killing weapon. Rumble. The void trembled and boundless cracks extended. Old Gu coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body indeed had some kind of serious flaw, and as time passed, it rapidly manifested. He couldn't stop this person and had suffered a great loss. His performance was far inferior to before. An old fellow has reincarnated in another's body. I seem to have seen some records of a person who buried himself in a heavenly gold coffin in his later years. Don't tell me it's Gu Chenhai. The red-armored being who had received Li Su's inheritance had a tall and straight humanoid body. His eyes were like the abyss, as if they could devour one's soul. He was extremely frightening. He brought with him an unimaginable sense of oppression. He took a step forward and looked down at the young Old Gu. That kind of tyrannical and invasive gaze was something that ordinary divine kings couldn't bear and almost suffocated under. You deceiving and ancestor-destroying little bastard. Have you forgotten who you've learned belongs to? Don't you have any shame walking together with the martial madman's descendant? Old Gu gasped for breath. His face was pale and devoid of color. He was too heavily injured, and if he wanted to continue resisting, he wouldn't have the strength to do so. At the same time, he was filled with boundless anger and resentment. How could someone from his brother's lineage walk together with a martial madman's? The red-armored man was somewhat surprised and said, "It can't really be you, right? An old monster from prehistoric times, who has lived until now. Interesting. If I capture you and lock you in a cage, I'll send you to the ultimate martial artist. That old man will most likely smile." At the end of his words, he laughed with some excitement and agitation. As for the ultimate martial artist he spoke of, it was naturally out of respect, specifically referring to the martial madman. Old Gu's heart sank. His brother had taught 3 disciples in the past. Could it be that one of them had completely fallen? This kind of attitude made him feel like he was about to explode. His heart was filled with impatience and boundless resentment. That lineage had either been destroyed or had their inheritance stolen by others, or they had completely changed. Don't sacrifice that black firewood. Tell me, what exactly is it used for? At this time, the entity shrouded in black light spoke. He was originally on guard because he was a little afraid of the item in Chu Feng's hand, but now he relaxed. Of course, he didn't completely lose his vigilance. While speaking, he attacked ruthlessly in order to suppress Chu Feng. Rumble. Chu Feng opened his mouth and spat out a thunderbolt in order to deal with the 7 deaths frame. This was the wondrous effect of comprehending the lightning fist to a high level, and its might was incomparably great. However, this was completely useless. The other party's 7 deaths frame released a wave of death force, corroding and disintegrating the thunderbolts and lightning, scattering them in midair. Moreover, this entity walked forward, carrying a callous and cruel expression. This was an existence similar to a 3rd Revolution Extreme King. Ordinary divine kings were nothing in his eyes and could be easily killed. Even a firefly dares to compete with the luminous moon. He was full of disdain and confidence in his words. He felt extreme disdain towards Chu Feng, and it didn't place him in his eyes at all. Chu Feng was furious. Victory and defeat hadn't been decided yet the other party already dared to look down on him like this. In reality, this person didn't care about the old Gu in the slightest. He looked down on them and said, "Just surrender. In my eyes, all of you are just weeds on the side of the road." His words were domineering and his words were arrogant, but he didn't stop at all. He didn't relax his vigilance in the slightest and continued to attack in a domineering manner. He took a step forward and the deathly aura became even heavier. He wanted nothing more than to suppress Chu Feng and the old Gu to the ground at the first possible moment to avoid any mishaps from happening. That was the surging deathly aura of a Third Revolution Extreme King. He was going all out and even called out to the red armored man to attack together with him to suppress the two people in front of him first. Of course, he didn't want to deal a fatal blow to Chu Feng and wanted to leave him alive. He could see that the other party had secrets on him and wanted to activate that wooden spear, but something unexpected happened. He wanted to interrogate him, and at the same time, he was also interested in the stone jar. He wanted to search Chu Feng's soul light and understand the details. Rumble. The old Gu went all out and activated his blood energy to fight to the death against those two. Chu Feng was also furious. This was the first time he was so passive after entering the Yang realm. There were still 4 divine kings coming up from behind to outflank him. He was about to fall into a desperate situation, and his path of survival was practically severed. This made him feel resentful and apprehensive. Below us, divine kings are nothing but dirt. The martial madman's descendant spoke and looked at the man who had obtained Li Su's inheritance. The two looked at each other and smiled. They didn't care about old Gu and Chu Feng at all. When the two of them attacked, they suppressed the old Gu until he coughed up blood and his body trembled violently. His fatal flaw had appeared, and he could no longer maintain his powerful state. His body was about to collapse. The martial madman's descendant stepped on the reincarnation soil, scattered on the ground with a grim smile on his face. Black light overflowed into the sky as he became more and more powerful. "Speak. What's the secret behind that jar and the wooden spear in your hand?" he interrogated. Soon after, he berated, "Don't wait for me to personally cut off your head and slowly interrogate you. If you're smart, hurry up and tell me the truth." At the same time, he went all out. The black light turned into densely packed runes and covered the area in front of the old Gu and Chu Feng. He drew a prison and wanted to refine them to death. Chi. At this time, Chu Feng finally unleashed his trump card. The wooden spear shot out and pierced through the black light screen. "It actually needs the stone jar." Chu Feng was secretly shocked. In order to activate the spear, apart from the reincarnation soil, it was also related to the jar. However, the main body of the jar was in the hands of the martial madman's descendant, so he naturally couldn't use it. Fortunately, he still had the lid of the stone jar. At the last moment, he tried to fill it with reincarnation soil to refine the wooden spear, and he actually succeeded. The martial madman's descendant had a cold expression on his face as he looked at the two with contempt. He even said that he was qualified to look down on a group of divine kings. He had always wanted to become the strongest celestial venerable, or else he wouldn't have cultivated the 7 deaths method. But what did he see now? That black light was like an immortal spear that could tear apart the heavens. It directly pierced through the dense death force field and pierced through. Moreover, he couldn't evade it at all. His chest was cut open on the spot, and he was pierced through by the black light. He only had time to let out a short and urgent cry before his vision turned black. With a pop, he disintegrated and turned into a puddle of black blood. Both his body and soul were destroyed. At the last moment, when his life dissipated, his will roared with boundless resentment. His death was too unjust, and he couldn't accept it. But after the wooden spear passed through, not even his will remained. That black spear didn't stop there. It continued to shoot forward, and after drawing a beautiful arc, it also pierced through the scarlet armored man's body. There was no way to avoid it. He let out a muffled groan, his face full of shock and disbelief. How could he die? He had obtained Li Su's inheritance, And in this world, how many divine kings would dare to oppose him? He stood side by side with the martial madman's descendant and could look down on a group of divine kings. He had a noble status, but today he actually died, strangled by someone. This was too miserable. He couldn't accept it. He was originally an invincible existence among the divine kings, but today he died on this island without anyone knowing. He died like an ant. It was not worth it. One was a 3-revolution extinction king, and the other was a heaven-bestowing divine king. They were supposed to be able to look down on evolvers at the same level, and they could truly laugh at the masses. For the sake of the bloodline fruit, they hoped to advance further and reach this island. But in the end, they were killed so easily, and their lives ended. The 2 of them died with remaining grievances. Behind them, the 4 divine kings cried out in alarm. It was too shocking. They were the followers of those 2, and the descendants of the martial madman had died, just like that. It was too unreal. They all knew that those 2 would very likely pass their tribulations in the near future and become powerful celestial venerables. How could they be killed just like that? The 4 of them attacked together. It was unrealistic to try to escape, so they immediately responded with fierce attacks. However, the wooden spear had already returned to its original position, and Chu Feng shot it out again. Wouldn't he just lose a portion of the reincarnation soil? He could afford it, so he went all out. Puffed. The gray-furred old Tengu was pierced through and died a violent death. Chi, the golden pangolin that looked like an ancient heavenly dragon, dimmed down. Its head had been blasted apart, and it had lost its life in the blink of an eye. The other 2 humanoid creatures also fell down silently. Their foreheads were pierced, and they exploded. They couldn't evade it. Chapter 1156. In an instant, 6 godly kings had perished, leaving even Chu Feng in a daze for a long time. The ancient dragon-like golden pangolin and the powerful old celestial hound had both died tragically. They were all ancient, godly kings with supreme strength. If they were to go to the outside world, they would be existences that could do whatever they wanted. Of course, the greatest result of this battle was that they had killed the martial madman's descendant who cultivated the 7 deaths method, and the godly king who had obtained Li Su's inheritance. Either one of them would be an influential figure in the outside world. They were both peak experts among godly kings, but now, not even their bones were left. It's over. Old Goose sighed and panted heavily. His situation was not good. His strength was declining rapidly, and his body had almost collapsed. With a plop, he fell head first onto the ground and could no longer get up. Moreover, his body was full of cracks and could break apart at any time. This was the side effect of leaving seclusion early, and it was very serious. Although his body had returned to its youthful state, it had a fatal flaw. Old Gu, how are you? Chu Feng rushed over and helped him up. I won't die, but I'm half crippled. Everything has to start new. I originally wanted to return to my prehistoric peak state. Old Gu was dejected. He was not completely disheartened, but he had no spirit. He felt that it was too regretful that he could not recover his past life's Dao fruit and could only cultivate bitterly. Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was still alive and not at the end of his road, everything else could be salvaged. He advised, things that are obtained too easily are not precious. There's the danger of falling into the abyss after one step. You should start anew in this life and solidify your foundation. That might be better. Old Gu's face was pale, and his handsome face was full of disappointment. He said, that's the only way. Now, he had already fallen from the godly king realm, and it was still falling rapidly. He could not preserve his Dao fruit, and his strength was declining too quickly. He was a decisive person. He quickly sat down cross-legged and circulated a special breathing technique to temper his body and soul. He began to build a foundation and solidify his foundation for evolution. Brother Tiger. At this time, Chu Feng took out half of the Manchurian tiger's body from the interspatial container. He only managed to snatch half of the body. The other half had been turned into a bloody pulp by the martial madman's successor. He He was anxious. The Manchurian tiger couldn't have really died, right? He had come to the Yang realm with great difficulty, only to die regretfully in front of the bloodline tree. This was too depressing. He probed carefully and confirmed that there really wasn't a shred of soul light in this body. There was no soul. Had it been completely wiped out? Chu Feng was horrified. The Manchurian tiger was completely dead. He rushed over, picked up the stone jar, and carefully examined it. Sure enough, there was nothing else. The other half of the body had been completely destroyed, turning into ashes. No, Chu Feng roared. This kind of thing was very difficult to accept. The Manchurian tiger had died, just like that. He was in a daze. He felt incomparably bitter, and his heart was in severe pain. This was the first friend he recognized in the Yang realm from his previous life, and they had gone through thick and thin together. How could he have foreseen that they would be parted by death just after the beginning? At this time, Old Gu opened his eyes and said, "This donkey doesn't look like he's going to die young. I've even performed a divination on him before, and he had some good fortune. How could he have died? Look again, is there really no more soul light?" His face was young and tender, and his words were old. Chu Feng shook his head vigorously to pull himself together and carefully searched. Before long, he felt something abnormal. Although the stone jar was empty and the things inside had spilled out, the reincarnation soil on the ground was somewhat abnormal. He collected all the reincarnation soil and gathered it into the stone jar. How abnormal! More than half a square of soul flesh. Old Gu swallowed his saliva. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen it, he was still envious. This was too outrageous. His big brother was so powerful. Back then, Li Sanlong's might shook the world, and no one dared to disobey him. But in the end, not even a piece of soul flesh could be found. There wasn't such a thing in the entire Yang realm. So where in the world did this brat find it? "Brother Tiger, you're still alive?" cried Chu Feng. As the reincarnation soil was completely collected, he sensed wisps of soul fluctuations hidden under the reincarnation soil. In the end, the 3 seeds were also found and collected in the jar. Only then did the Manchurian tiger's voice transmitted from the stone jar. "I'm suffocating to death." His soul light was very scattered in the soil, but it was indeed still there and hadn't dissipated. "This soil is too special. It divided my soul light into hundreds and thousands of parts. If you didn't reassemble the soil, I wouldn't have been able to gather it myself." The Manchurian tiger's soul light was faintly discernible. Chu Feng was dumbstruck. The Manchurian tiger was still alive, and if his soul light was reassembled, he wouldn't be very weak. But he couldn't break free from this reincarnation soil for the time being. He had never thought that this reincarnation soil would have such a wonderful use. It could actually shelter his soul light. Could it be that this was the reason why it was called soul flesh? "I can't break free. It's like 1,000 cages they're trapping all my scattered soul light," cried the Manchurian tiger. At this time, Old Gu endured the pain and came over. He had always been very curious about soul flesh and wanted to explore it. Naturally, he wanted to see it clearly. He helped the Manchurian tiger at the first possible moment, but he couldn't rescue those soul lights. They were still stuck in the soil. You can't bring them out?" Old Gu was astonished. He tried again and again until he was drenched in sweat, but he still failed in the end. He couldn't help the Manchurian tiger break free. However, when Chu Feng tried, it was very easy. He easily rescued the Manchurian tiger from the reincarnation soil and allowed all of his soul light to reassemble. What was going on? Old Gu and the Manchurian tiger were stunned. Even Chu Feng was puzzled. After a moment, Chu Feng realized a certain possibility. He was a reincarnator with a physical body. His whole body had escaped from the ultimate land, so he had some special reincarnation attributes. When he saw a person, he could clearly see whether the other party was a reincarnator or not. For example, when he was in the desolate border, he had once discovered that the young Lady Dongqing was a reincarnator. Chu Feng pondered for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and didn't investigate further. It was fine as long as the Manchurian tiger was fine. Fortunately, half of the Manchurian tiger's body was left behind, and there was still flesh and blood. "It's fine. I have a jar of Granny Mang's soup on me. This is a rare, precious liquid. Drinking a bit can replenish your foundation and allow your damaged body to gradually recover." This was the reserve, precious liquid stored in the spatial bracelet. Speaking of this made his heart ache. Originally, there were still a few jars placed in the stone jar of the ultimate ancient artifact, but in the end, those jars were all shattered during the battle. Old Goose said, "It's fine. Was Granny Mang's soup. It can't be destroyed. Don't look at how it flowed into the ground. Hurry up and collect it. This thing isn't afraid of the baleful aura's pollution. It originally flowed out from Een Manor." Chu Feng was overjoyed after hearing this. He moved quickly and collected Granny Mang's soup again in this area. He took out a portion of the rare precious liquid and smeared it on the Manchurian tiger's damaged body. He also poured some into his body. It hurt so much. After the Manchurian tiger's soul light returned, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Only half of his body was left, and this kind of feeling was unbearable. He rolled all over the ground and quietly waited for his body to recover. In this Yang realm, the world suppression was severe. It was very difficult for extremely powerful creatures to reconstruct their limbs with a drop of blood, let alone him unless he reached a very profound level. Without reaching a certain realm, he could only rely on the rare materials of creation in the world. Gulp, gulp. Old Gu was also drinking Granny Mang's soup. This time, he was very miserable as he suffered serious injuries. At this moment, not only had he fallen from the king realm, but he also fell from the god realm very quickly. After several days, the Manchurian tiger's body had recovered. He walked here and there very uneasily because he still had the body of a donkey. Only after transforming could he transform into a human. Old Gu also stabilized. In the end, he fell to the half-saint realm. Compared to before, the disparity was too great. He was forcing himself to smile and appeared very miserable. "Old Gu, don't think too much. Big Brother will protect you in the future." The Manchurian tiger patted his shoulder. This aroused Old Gu's anger, and he said angrily, "Back then, my sworn brother was Li Su. What kind of people are my group of brothers? This life is starting all over again. This isn't a disaster, but a fortuitous encounter. I will become even stronger, so why would I need your protection? If I really become sworn brothers with someone, it will be someone not weaker than my old brother." Chu Feng came over and said, "Are you talking about me? I'm definitely stronger than your previous life's big brother." Old Gu rolled his eyes and said, "Shameless. If you have the ability, go and kill a peerless creature that has mastered the 7 deaths method. I want to kill a group of them." Chu Feng patted his chest and said, "Are there so many in this world?" The Manchurian tiger feigned ignorance and asked. Old Gu said disdainfully, "There are at most a few 3rd Revolution Extreme Kings and 4th Revolution Heavenly Venerables in this world. I don't think there is a single creature that has truly mastered the 7 deaths method. Yet, you want to defeat a group of them. Didn't you say that the martial madman might have mastered the 7 deaths method in 2 realms? Does this mean that he has mastered the 14 deaths method or the 21 deaths method? Defeating one of them is equivalent to killing a group of them." Chu Feng boasted shamelessly as he uttered these bold and visionary words. Old Gu didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. These words were meaningless and left him with the back of his head. "Old Gu, what do you mean?" Chu Feng was dissatisfied. Old Gu shot him a glance and said, "Even my big brother couldn't kill the martial madman. Do you think you can ascend to the heavens? You should think about when you can contend for hegemony with the martial madman's descendants first." The Manchurian tiger couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Brother Chu, you can brag later. When are we going to kill the martial madman's grand disciple first?" The martial madman's grand disciple was the great martial heavenly venerable. He was the one who annihilated Yellow Cattle, the Black Yak, and Chu Feng's parents with a snap of his fingers. The main culprit hadn't been executed yet, so it was hard to do anything about it. Chu Feng took a deep breath and said with a flame burning in his chest, "It won't be long. I'll go and kill him with my own hands." Apart from the sacred area where the ancient bloodline tree was located, the other areas were filled with turbulent electromagnetic storms and a rain of blood. It was extremely terrifying. Additionally, there was a long and narrow area that blossomed with radiance. That was a light screen supported by the scriptures the martial madman had blessed. It blocked the boundless, baleful aura. Chu Feng and the others cleaned up the battlefield. They both loved and hated those scriptures because they were priceless items. However, they didn't dare touch them for fear of activating the divine consciousness left behind by the martial madman. During this process, Chu Feng wanted to use the wooden spear as long as a chopstick to pierce through the scriptures several times. However, he resisted the urge in the end because he had to consume the reincarnation soil every time he used the black wooden spear. It was such a pity. He realized more and more that the reincarnation soil contained a great secret and couldn't be used up at will. He had a feeling that he would regret using this soil several times in the future. It was a waste. The three of them stood guard in front of the ancient bloodline tree and looked at the fruits on it. Their hearts were filled with joy as they waited for it to ripen. This was something they had exchanged their lives for. Some fruits could transform the bloodline of the Manchurian tiger and Old Goo. And those fruits that didn't have any attribute and emitted primal chaos chi could improve Chu Feng's humanoid monarch bloodline one step further. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The fruit began to emit a rich fragrance and was about to ripen. From now on, I'm called Gudahai. The process of waiting was both expectant and torturous. At this time, Old Gu gave himself a new name. That was because the name Gu Chanhai was too sensitive. Once it was spread out, people might dig up his background. He was sure that there were some creatures that had lived from prehistoric times until now. For example, the most terrifying one, the martial madman, and I'll also change my name to avoid being too sensitive. From now on, I'll be called Great Tiger of the East. The donkey spirit also changed his name. Chu Feng was speechless. He was now called Ji Dade, and these two fellows were on the same level as him. In addition, he thought of a strange dragon that had taken the blame for him. He was also of the Great Generation, and his name was Long Dayu. Let's establish an organization. You see, it's the Western Paradise Organization and the people of the Martial Madman's faction. They're all very ferocious. Let's also establish one. Old Goose suggested. He had experienced a long period of time and fought alongside his big brother. He deeply understood how powerful and convenient it was to establish an organization. Once it truly rose, it could issue orders and sit on the limitless resources of the world. How powerful would it be? Its might would overflow the heavens. Great Tiger of the East bared his teeth. Now that he had taken the appearance of a youth, he looked at Chu Feng and then at Old Gu. He discovered that the three of them were all delicate and pretty youths with red lips and white teeth. They were all quite handsome. The rivers and mountains are like a painting. You see, we're even more handsome than a painting of the rivers and mountains. We're truly rare and elegant youths. I think we can call ourselves the Three Great Beauties Organization. This was Great Tiger of the East's idea. Pooh! Chu Feng was just about to drink a mouthful of water, but he immediately sprayed it out. What kind of rotten idea was this? Old Gu also wanted to punch him. To hell with the Three Great Beauties. Don't glare. Beauties don't only refer to women, but also handsome men. Great Tiger of the East spoke forcefully and said, "Wait until I become the exotic, desolate tiger. After your bloodline evolves, you'll be even more beautiful. You'll be as fine as jade, and your beauty will crown the world." Then, Chu Feng and Old Gu looked at each other and directly stepped forward to punch him together. Stop hitting me. Listen to my explanation. Think about it. This is such a confusing name for the enemy. So what if people think it's a woman? There are great benefits to it. Then he began to scream miserably. He was beaten into a complete mess, and the pain was unbearable. In the end, Chu Feng made the decision and said, "Let's call them the Four Great Beauties." There's also a brother who took the blame for me. I've always felt sorry for him, so I'll also recruit him. And if we see any good seedlings in the future, we can recruit them all. Old Gu nodded and finally agreed. Chapter 1157. Dong Daha's face was bruised and swollen. His face was fat beyond recognition. His eyes were black and his nose was bleeding. He was truly indescribably sad and indignant. Those two had already acknowledged the four beauties, so why did they still have to beat him up? Could they still form a proper team to roam the world of the living? Say no more. From now on, there will be an organization of four beauties in this world. All of them are as exquisite as jade and have peerless looks. They are destined to look down on the world of the living. Old Gu was showing off there with a high-spirited appearance. Yes, the four beauties. This name isn't bad. Chu Feng nodded. Dong Dahu became increasingly indignant. Was this still reasonable? You guys think it's not bad, yet you still want to beat me up first. Are you guys so lacking in morals? Old Gu quickly changed the topic. There has to be a process of acceptance when it comes to new things. Stop glaring and look at that ancient bloodline tree. The fruit is about to ripen. Don't miss it. The Manchurian tiger was unconvinced. He nudged Chu Feng and said, "Brother, do you think this old Gu is reliable? He's a netherworld creature. Isn't it said that this kind of creature is extremely evil and sinister? We brothers must not be led into a pit by him. We won't even know how we die when the time comes." That makes sense. Chu Feng nodded and looked at old Gu. In truth, he had always found it strange. He had always heard that the netherworld creatures were evil, vicious, and terrifying. However, the Gudahai he knew was a bit ridiculous. Moreover, he still retained the memories of his previous life. After all, they had just gone through thick and thin together. Chu Feng asked directly and didn't hide anything from him. Who am I? The prehistoric Gu Chanhai who dares to snatch the #1 beauty in the world of the living. Naturally, I'm a heaven-warping genius, Gu Dahai said smugly. Chu Feng wanted to beat him up on the spot. That so-called #1 beauty in the world was Qin Luoyin's previous life. Old Gu kept mentioning this matter, and it made him furious. You scoundrel who seduced sister-in-law. There's nothing more to say. Brother, let's beat him up together and give him a black eye. Dong Dahu urged. Forget it, there won't be a next time. Old Gu, please continue. As a member of the 9 underworlds, why are you different from others? Chu Feng asked again. Is there even a need to say it? Firstly, I'm blessed by the heavens. Secondly, my big brother is Li Su. He passed on to me a technique that can reverse yin and yang. Of course, the materials required are priceless and hard to find. It's a pity for me. When I was looking for materials for the coffin, I had my eyes on a primal chaos root. In the end, it flew out of my hands, and I had no choice but to use the sky gold sarcophagus. I'm lacking quite a bit. He sighed. In fact, who didn't have some secrets? In fact, Chu Feng didn't really care about his past and why he wasn't lost like the other 9 underworlds. The key was that they had just gone through thick and thin together. It would be enough if they could act in unison and face the enemy together. It's right, the fruit is ripe, huh? Old Gu laughed loudly, his voice shaking the skies. He had stabilized at the quasi-saint level. His small face was fair, and his heroic spirit was slightly exuded. His appearance was truly extraordinary. In front of him, jade light rushed into the sky. Over 100 fruits on the entire ancient tree swayed in unison, and a rich fragrance assailed his nostrils. It refreshed the heart and made one's pores relax. It was too comfortable. At this moment, his bloodline suddenly opened up and surged intensely. It was as if it had sensed a kind of power that was about to activate it. There were corpses everywhere on the island. From the Kuan Pong to the White Qilin and then to the Golden Crow, there were all kinds of them. They were all experts of the past who had died in this land of death. This scene made the bloodline ancient tree in the center seem even more transcendent and divine. Quick, quick, quick! If this thing ripens and isn't plucked within a quarter of an hour, it will shrivel up. All the essence will flow backward and be absorbed by the mother tree. It won't be left for outsiders, Old Gu urged. There's such a thing. Chu Feng was astonished. Old Gu said, how do you think these bloodline fruits came about? Do you see the various divine birds and ferocious beasts on this island? Without the nourishment of their blood chi, there's no way for this tree to have enough nourishment. I suddenly feel a little nauseous. Can this thing be eaten? Dong Dahu hesitated, but he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he smelled that refreshing fragrance. Old Gu asked, if that's the case, can ordinary mortals eat fruits and vegetables that are watered and ripened by fertilizers? Dong Dahu was at a loss. Old Gu said again, don't worry, this ancient tree is only absorbing the divine substances on this island. It isn't absorbing the rotting corpses to grow. Don't you see that the various divine beasts and ferocious birds have maintained their original appearances and haven't disintegrated? Dong Dahu said, then I'm at ease. I'm not a vegetarian to begin with. That damnable old donkey tricked me into reincarnating as a donkey, but he ran away himself. Because of this, I've also changed my tastes and become a vegetarian instead of eating meat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They moved quickly and began to pick the ripe fruits. However, the sparkling and translucent fruits on this ancient tree were very difficult to pick. They were too sturdy. Chu Feng's target was the attributeless fruits that were suffused with primal chaos energy. This was effective for his humanoid monarch bloodline and could help him transform. As for Old Gu, he had his eyes on a lustrous white fruit with a human-bodied snake-tailed monster pattern. Old Gu, are you a snake beauty? Dong Dahu cried out in bewilderment. At this moment, Old Gu was in the mood to eat Chu Feng. His grandpa, what nonsense are you spouting? Which part of me looks like a snake beauty? At the same time, Manchurian Tiger plucked the tiger-shaped fruit and roared in a carefree manner. Roar! Don't just stand there, quickly pick them. See if there are any Qilin fruits, phoenix fruits, or Kuan Peng fruits. Chu Feng shouted. As for himself, he had long since started to swing the heavenly bloodstar Void Mother Gold dagger. The bloodline fruits weren't easy to pick, so he directly swung the dagger. Clap! Kacha! There were more than 20 of those attributeless fruits. In one breath, he cut off more than 10 of them and successfully picked them. That's fast, pick them! Old Gu shouted. But after searching for a while, he still couldn't find any bloodline fruits like the phoenix or the Kuan Peng. One couldn't get whatever they wanted. It depended on luck. This time, there wasn't any such fruit on the entire ancient tree. The whole tree was filled with a fragrance, and the green leaves were flowing with splendor. All the fruits were lustrous like jade and emitted a fragrance that assailed the nostrils. From time to time, various kinds of birds and beasts would appear on the fruits. Each fruit pattern was unique and faintly discernible. Chu Feng saw an oxhead fruit and decisively chopped it down. Regardless of whether it was the yellow cattle or the black yak, he would give it to them if they ever met again. If they still liked their previous bodies, it would be appropriate for them to eat this fruit. There's even a toad fruit? Chu Feng was suspicious. Do you really think it's a toad? This is definitely an exotic wild beast. Pick it and exchange it for heavenly materials and earthly treasures later. Old Gu shouted. Chu Feng laughed mischievously and said, sure. If it really doesn't work, I'll just give a powerful toad bloodline fruit to a certain creature if I like it and hate it at the same time. Chi! Suddenly, the entire ancient tree began to dim and all the fruits shriveled up. The juices they contained flowed backward and were instead absorbed by the mother tree. That's not right. It's not time yet. Chu Feng shouted. Old Gu was astonished. This didn't match the records at all. This was just the beginning. So how could all the fruits shrivel up and lose their spirituality? Rustle, rustle, rustle. The leaves fell and withered the ground. Because the essence had been absorbed by the mother tree, the shriveled fruits that only had a layer of skin left also fell. The entire mother tree was bare and gloomy, as if it had lost its vitality forever. Old Gu shouted, this is too strange and too hateful. This is a sneak attack and doesn't conform to common sense. The mother tree has sunk into a deep slumber after absorbing the essence of the fruits. I don't know how many years it will take for it to awaken. At the very least, there's no hope for it in this era. He was extremely unwilling and somewhat driven mad. That was because the number of bloodline fruits he and Dong Dahu had collected didn't even reach the number of fingers on one hand. As for Chu Feng, he had the help of the heavenly blood star Void Mother Sword, but he had only collected a dozen or so in the end. It was far from what he had originally imagined. Just now, he had carefully counted that there were at least 150 bloodline fruits on the entire tree. In the end, they had only collected less than 30. I want to cry. Why are they all gone? Wasn't it supposed to take a quarter of an hour? Dong Dahu howled in grief. At the same time, he tightly hugged a bloodline fruit with a tiger-shaped diagram on it. Aya, run! Old Gu shouted. Without the mother tree's divine radiance, this place was once again pressured by the electromagnetic storm and covered in a torrential rain of blood. The baleful aura was boundless, and it was a great calamity. Run! Chu Feng called out to the other two, and they rushed into the stone jar. Then, they controlled the stone jar and fled, leaving the center of the island and heading towards the outside world. Boom! Finally, the stone jar pierced through the light screen formed by the time fragments and rushed out of the special island. They stood on the majestic sea surface. At this time, Chu Feng had already put away the Dao fruits from his previous life. Even so, he could still see lightning and thunder rumbling in the sky when he raised his head. There were several times when he almost fell down. He felt a bit guilty. We can split the spoils and eat the bloodline fruits. Dong Dahu laughed loudly. No matter what, he had gotten what he wanted. He could finally change his bloodline and no longer have the body of a donkey. Wait a moment. First, find a reliable container to store the fruits that don't need to be eaten to prevent the essence from leaking out, Old Gu reminded. Obviously, the most suitable place was the stone jar. It would definitely keep the fruits fresh if buried under the reincarnation soil. However, Chu Feng had already suffered a loss once. When he was fighting with the martial madman's descendant, he was ambushed. As a result, the contents of the jar were scattered everywhere, and part of it was destroyed. Even the Mengpa soup was almost lost. Old Gu, let the heavenly gold sarcophagus disintegrate. Under such circumstances, don't hide those heavenly treasures anymore. Take them out and refine them. I guarantee they'll be sturdy. What do you mean by this? You even want to divide up my sarcophagus? Old Gu frowned angrily. Things are meant to be used. Come, let's refine them. As he spoke, Chu Feng brandished the mother gold sword and hacked at the heavenly gold sarcophagus. He also took out some spatial stones and fused them into the heavenly gold sarcophagus. This way, there would be space and enough sturdiness. After most of the fruits were sealed inside, Dong Dahu was the first to swallow his own bloodline fruit. Hello! He roared again and again as he rolled on the ground. The blood energy within his body was surging violently. It was too intense, and the pain was unbearable. This was a mutation of his bloodline, and the effect were naturally great. Io, what have I become? I've grown tiger teeth, but why do I still look like a donkey? The transformation isn't complete. Damn it, why is one side of my body black and the other white? Dong Dahu cried out in alarm. Old Gu consoled him. Don't be anxious. If you want to transform into a tiger, you'll definitely need some time. Otherwise, it's unrealistic to transform from a donkey to a tiger. How terrifying of a transformation would you need? Even your genes will collapse. It's fine if my body changes slowly, but why is my body's color changing so quickly? Look, I've split into two and become a symmetrical black and white. Io, damn, even my face is like this? It's a yin-yang face. Dong Dahu cried out miserably. This appearance was too unsightly. It was normal when he transformed into a human, but when he transformed into a beast, it was a yin-yang body. One side was black, and the other was sparkling and translucent. It was too strange. Dong Dahu felt that his face was about to turn green. Naturally, this was only his misconception because he was currently only black and white, a yin-yang face. Old Gu guessed and deduced. The bloodline fruit is extremely tyrannical. It wants to mold you into a mutated, desolate tiger, and the strongest bloodline of the tiger race has always evolved from the fusion of black and white tigers. So, I'll have a yin-yang face in the future." Dong Dahu exploded in anger. Chu Feng laughed and said, "The so-called encounter of black and white tigers, the collision of black and white, the fusion of yin and yang, and the formation of the mutated desolate tiger's blood." Dong Dahu cried out miserably. Next, Old Gu gritted his teeth and also swallowed the bloodline fruit. Chu Feng naturally didn't hesitate either. He swallowed an attributeless fruit emitting primal chaos chi and waited for his human monarch blood to transform. Chapter 1158. The old man swallowed that sparkling white fruit in a single gulp. One could vaguely make out a humanoid snake-tail creature shining within his body, and then it erupted with a dazzling rain of light. With a honglong sound, it merged into his flesh. Roar! Old Gu's delicate and pretty face immediately contorted, and he rolled on the ground in pain. The bloodline fruit that belonged solely to him began to take effect in his body, activating his latent life factors. Many races seem to have pure bloodlines, but in fact, their ancestral origins contain the bloodlines of various prehistoric ancient beasts. Thus, they could be stimulated through certain special methods. The reason why the bloodline fruit was renowned throughout the world and was said to be able to defy the heavens and change one's fate was because of its stability, miraculous effects, and almost no side effects. However, it could activate a powerful hidden bloodline within one's body, allowing one to return to their origin and completely transform into a pure-blooded creature. The old man's body was distorting no longer in human form because his legs turned into a thick snake tail. His entire body was a purplish-golden color, scales shining. He forcefully lashed out at the ground, blasting this small island that was temporarily found into pieces. Damn, Old Gu has revealed his true form. It really is a great snake beauty. Look at that big tail. It is sparkling purple and extremely slender. This race is worthy of the legend of beautiful monsters. Dong Dahu couldn't stay idle and started to gossip about Old Gu. This was the first time he saw Old Gu's true body. Old Gu was infuriated. What the F***CK was this snake bell? What kind of expression was that? This old man had lived from the prehistoric era until now, yet he had to describe it to a female. He wanted to roast that exotic, desolate tiger that was currently undergoing a bloodline mutation. However, Chu Feng's evaluation was also a great blow to him. Old Gu, you're not honest. You're actually a snake bell. You've hidden yourself so deeply. Is your big brotherly Sue also from this race? Move aside. Old Gu was annoyed. Great Tiger Dong shook his head and said, getting angry out of humiliation, "I didn't expect Old Gu's figure to be so slender and graceful. That big tail of his is truly beautiful. Of course, I'm looking at it from the perspective of the snake race. Remember, I have a Taoist body, understand?" Old Gu said angrily, rolling on the ground while enduring the pain, while imparting knowledge to the two fellows who didn't understand the prehistoric race atlas. Dong Dahu curled his lips and said, "Are you kidding me? You're clearly a snake bell, yet you call yourself a Tao body? If that's the case, I might as well call myself a chaos body." Old Gu was furious and said, "Ignorant and incompetent, you should know how to write the word Tao. Isn't it the same as having a human head and a snake body? That's why I said that I have a Tao body and come from the Tao clan. Who are you lying to? Do you really think I don't study? Back when the earth had not recovered, I had already gained spiritual intelligence in the snowfield of Siberia. I recited the Yellow Court every day. After moving to the Daxing Amling in the northeast, I read the Tao Te Ching every day. How could I not know the word Tao? You are an old snake beauty from the world of the living, yet you insist on telling me how to write the word Tao in the underworld. Isn't that too fake? You know nothing." Old Gu was infuriated to the point of choking and said, "In this world, there will always be a word that is commonly used in the myriad worlds, because it is the most direct reflection. The word Tao is like this, and my ancestors broke free from the prehistoric Tao race, the otherworldly Tao race." Are you serious? Acting like a wolf with a big tail. The Manchurian tiger was suspicious. It's a big-tailed snake. Chu Feng corrected. Comparatively speaking, Chu Feng's transformation was the least. His body was glowing faintly, and strands of primal chaos chi passed through his body. He didn't experience any changes. This attributeless fruit was neutral and peaceful. It didn't have any side effects, so it didn't cause him to undergo an intense transformation. After a long time, Olgu stopped rolling and stood up in his human form. Only then did Chu Feng consult him and ask, "Olgu, why don't I have any changes?" Olgu stared at him for a long time and sighed. "Your humanoid monarch blood is pure enough. The more it doesn't change, the better it is. This means that it was originally pure enough. However, as time goes by, you will eventually mutate. The color of your humanoid monarch blood will no longer be blue, and there will be a second mutation." Chu Feng pondered for a while after hearing this and felt relieved. If the humanoid monarch blood mutated again, his strength would definitely increase, and his potential would also increase. However, this required time. The bloodline fruit's changes were very deep and involved genetic attributes. It couldn't be done in one go because it would be too tyrannical. No living being would be able to endure it, and everything would be subtly influenced. For example, how is it possible for Dong Dahu to suddenly transform from a donkey into a mutated desolate tiger? With such an intense transformation, his body would definitely collapse. During this period of time, Dong Dahu's transformation would speed up and rapidly increase. His physique would gradually change. "Olgu, tell me, what does the mutated desolate tiger look like?" At present, it seems to be extinct in the Yang realm. There are no legends about this incomparably powerful race. Dong Dahu was worried and consulted Old Gu. "It seems to be a black and white tiger. I reckon that the color of your body is already in place." Old Gu told him that the mutated desolate tiger was born from the fusion of the white tiger and the black tiger. After the mutation, the most powerful tiger race was born. Dong Dahu was stunned after hearing this. His fur was already like this. It was fine if it was only black and white, but now, from the center of his brows down, the left side of his body was jet black, and the right side was snow white. What kind of damn fur color was this? His mental state immediately exploded. Did this mean that he would completely have a yin-yang face in the future? Dong Dahu immediately became anxious and said, "Old Gu, I'll fight it out with you. You tricked me. Quickly help me resolve this. Otherwise, how can I go out and meet people?" Old Gu pondered and said, "It's not that there's no way. You can use the fusion method. I remember that you picked a leopard race bloodline fruit just now. The mutated desolate leopard's body is densely covered in stripes. This time, you can eat a small half of the leopard fruit. Although it won't be able to promote the mutation of your bloodline, it will most likely give you another layer of striped fur." Dong Dahu didn't say anything else. He found a fruit and directly bit off a small half. After that, he decisively rolled on the ground. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. 3 days and 3 nights later, after the initial fusion, Dong Dahu looked at his reflection on the surface of the sea. Then he jumped up and shouted, "Old Gu, damn it, I'll fight it out with you." He chased after Old Gu and wanted to fight him to the death. In the distance, Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Brother Tiger's transformation was too. No matter how one looked at it, it still looked mainly black and white, but there were many more stripes, all of which were in the shape of money. How is it still like a tiger? It was clearly a leopard with a mixed bloodline. Its fur was gaudy, and it was ugly. "Let's talk, stop, don't fight." Old Goose shouted as he ran. He also felt that he was in the wrong, so he didn't fight back. "Talk my ass. I've already become Shan Gong Pao. Give me back my mutated desolate tiger body." Dong Dahu roared angrily. "Stop. I'll think of a solution for you." Old Gu shouted. He finally calmed down. Dong Dahu stared at Old Gu with an unfriendly expression. This was really a scam. Old Gu's appearance was getting more and more sorrowful and nonsensical. "I was just letting my imagination run wild. That's why I gave you this idea. It seems like I was wrong." Old Gu said. Dong Dahu became anxious again when he heard this. His fur stood on end as he scolded. "Old Gu, you're too evil. You actually thought of this randomly? I thought it was some kind of path that someone had walked before. You actually tested it on me? How immoral. You're wrong. I think you should eat a cat bloodline fruit. It's the most similar to the tiger race. It can give you beautiful stripes. Forget it. If I listen to you again, who knows what I'll become? Manchurian Tiger was so angry that his body trembled. He didn't want to use himself as an experiment anymore. He always felt that Old Goo was too immoral. Old Goo consoled him, saying that the exotic, desolate tiger's bloodline was the most tyrannical and shockingly powerful. It could assimilate the bloodlines of other races and fuse them into one. That was why his strength was still very strong and wouldn't be affected. Moreover, his appearance would gradually change back to the original appearance of an exotic, desolate tiger. They stayed on the small island for a few days, waiting for their bloodlines to stabilize and evolve into the exotic, desolate tiger's bloodline. Only then did they discuss leaving. Old Goo, look at the corpses of many experts on that island. Why don't you consider going there and having a feast? If the 9 underworlds want to become stronger, they have to eat ancient spiritual corpses that are hundreds of millions of years old. That's where your hope lies. Dong Dahu teased him. These two were always bickering for no reason. Get lost. Do I look like an ordinary 9 underworlds? This old man has his own way of evolving. I don't eat rotten corpses. Old Goo glared. Chu Feng said, stop quarreling. Old Goo, do you think that bloodline ancient tree is even more precious? Its medicinal effects are more astonishing than all the other bloodline fruits. What do you mean? Old Goo was puzzled. Think about it. This bloodline ancient tree has existed since ancient times. Every time it blooms and bears fruit, it will take more than half of the bloodline fruits and absorb them on its own. Tell me, how powerful are the medicinal effects of its branches and roots? It has fused with the essence of the bloodlines of various races. If we were to eat the branches of this mother tree, what kind of transformation would we undergo? Chu Feng's eyes revealed a fiery radiance as he spoke up to hear. That's right. The strongest medicinal effects are concentrated on the mother tree. It's simply a supreme treasure medicine that has fused with the bloodlines of 10,000 spirits. Dong Dahu was instantly excited. After hearing this, Old Goo curled his lips in disdain and said, stop dreaming. Do you think you're the only ones who can think of this? There have been other beings in history who had such an idea, and they all ended up the same way. What kind of outcome? Chu Feng and Dong Dahu asked in unison. Their realm didn't increase by much, but their advance was indescribable. Different people would turn into different forms after eating the branches of the bloodline ancient tree. Chu Feng and Dong Dahu sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no such thing as age anymore. Let's go. We'll return to the Yang Realm continent. In the end, they left quietly and escaped from that spatial node. They followed the boundless sea and returned to the Dong Sheng divine continent. Soon after, they hurried toward the depths of the Yang realm. They crossed the void continuously and used the energy of the teleportation domains to travel long distances across provinces. Before long, Chu Feng and the others arrived at Ming Province. This was a very prosperous province where the quasi-mortal race and a few very ancient super-aristocratic families resided. When Chu Feng and the others changed their appearances and walked into a huge city with all kinds of towering skyscrapers, they saw a carriage flying across the sky from afar. This was somewhat out of place. The carriage of the fiend god civilization had actually entered a modern city. Ing Zhixian. Chu Feng hurriedly glanced over and saw that Ing Zhixian was sitting in the carriage pulled by a black Qilin. It seemed like her status wasn't low since she had such a precious carriage as a ride. After entering the city, Chu Feng and the others unexpectedly discovered that there was actually an arena. This style was somewhat in conflict with the modern city. That colossal arena really did exist. Chu Feng saw a lot of posters that were several meters tall and had gladiators on them. There was no need to talk about high-level evolvers, but there were also gladiators with relatively lower levels of evolution on the posters. Very soon, Chu Feng couldn't stay calm anymore. His body trembled slightly, and he clenched his fists tightly because he saw the figure of an old friend on the posters. How did he end up in such a situation? Chapter 1159. The person on the poster was actually Yuan Mo. His upper body was bare, and his bronze muscles were shiny. His hair was messy, and his eyes were wild. Although he looked extraordinary, he was just a gladiator after all. This was a slave who had been captured. How could Chu Feng not be shocked and sigh for him? Back then, when Chu Feng was in the serene realm, he had suppressed a group of people of the same generation, and some of them ended up with him. Among them, Zilwan, the maid, and Yuan Mo, the follower, ended up getting along very well with him. Zilwan was afraid of him, but the more she was afraid, the more obedient she was to him. Yuan Mo, on the other hand, had experienced some life and death tribulations with him and had been tested. Chu Feng could be considered to have let them down. After learning that many people in the Lesser-Een realm had been captured and brought to the broken chaotic universe, he had ridden the stone jar and crossed over. He had once secretly helped a group of old friends pass the trial and brought tens of thousands of evolvers into a secret realm. They approached a special wooden city and successfully completed the tests and trials set up by the Yang realm. At that time, Zilwan, Yuan Mo, the clairvoyant Du Huaijin, the clairaudient Ouyang Qing, Yi Qing Ru, and the old man Lu Tong had all joined the forces opposing the great martial lord and were able to enter the Yang realm. After many years, he hadn't expected to see Yuan Mo under such circumstances. He had been printed on a poster and had become a slave in the arena. Chu Feng clenched his fists, and a wave of battle intent surged within him. However, he had to calm himself down. This was a modern city. Needless to say, even if it didn't look like a fiend god civilization, there would definitely be experts overseeing it. He had to think long and hard if he wanted to save Yuan Mo. There were rows of buildings on both sides of the street. Many of them were made of special materials and shone with a metallic luster. They towered into the clouds and were too huge. After various flying machines appeared in midair, it was a striking contrast. There were spaceships streaking across the night sky, and there were also ferocious beasts pulling carriages that landed on top of some buildings. Chu Feng was a little dazed. In just a moment, he saw a few small flying saucers landing on the rooftop of a large building. There were also 9-headed birds and 5-colored dragons pulling carriages that landed there. Was this the fusion of science and technology and the god-fiend civilization? Being in the same society made people speechless. It felt weird. Brother, don't think too much. I also recognized that it was Yuan Mo. Let's find a chance to rescue him. Don't do anything rash, Dong Dao whispered. Chu Feng nodded. They walked forward. Old Gu, in the past, you were Li Su's sworn brother after all. You used to shake the world, yet you didn't leave behind any backup plans. You've been living a miserable life. Look at how domineering the martial madman's faction is now. Old Gu's little face was delicate, fair, and handsome. He glanced at Chu Feng and said, "What do you want to do? Look at such a big city. Other people travel in all kinds of spaceships, or don't they have beasts pulling their carriages? The streets are filled with brilliant lights and vibrant colors, but there aren't many people walking on the streets. They're all flying in the sky. You didn't leave any trump cards behind, nor did you leave any organization behind. Now that you've returned, you should feel more comfortable." He didn't expect old Gu to really be deep in thought after hearing his words. Chu Feng saw that there was a chance. He originally wanted to break into the arena violently and rescue Yuan Mo, but now it seemed that old Gu really did have a backup plan. Find a place to stay and connect to the internet. I'll do some research. Old Gu waved his hand. Chu Feng and Dong Dahu were speechless. Old Gu had survived from prehistoric times and could be considered a veteran devil god. It was really strange that he wanted to find a place to connect to the internet in a modern metropolis. Where are you looking at, you country bumpkin? Back in the day, I supported one of the 5 major internet operators in the world of the living. Not only am I a genius in the field of evolution, but I'm also a tycoon, old Gu said proudly. Bah, you must be the one who robbed the capital of the people. Dong Dahu was the first to be unconvinced. Nonsense. Old Gu refused to admit it. Dong Dahu mocked him and said, "You even want to rob the number one beauty in the world of the living. Tell me, how corrupt and arrogant your second generation was back then. You're really overbearing. I'm the first generation. Okay? I fought alongside my brother, bled and sweated. The whole world of the living is talking about my name." Old Goose sighed as he reminisced about the past. "Who still remembers you now? You're just a pile of dung. Back then, little brotherly, everyone thought that you had passed away and turned into a pile of yellow soil." Boom! At this time, a purple gold chariot whizzed past. Around it were the phantoms of a true dragon, an immortal bird, and a Qilin. They were all formed from flowing light and guarded the four directions. They made the chariot look strong and holy, like an emperor patrolling on his journey. Dong Dahu and Chu Feng looked up and revealed astonished expressions. Even the mounts pulling the chariot were extraordinary. They were 8 pure-blooded Pegasi covered in dragon scales. One of them had even taken human form and looked similar to the purest white Qilin. Look, the 3 people below are like country bumpkins. They're just foolishly looking at us. A young lady in snow-white clothes laughed softly. She gazed downwards with a sweet face and beautiful appearance. However, Chu Feng and Dong Da's expressions were unsightly. As for old Gu, he was even more furious. He was a proper first generation who had established his own empire. Back then, he was the one who looked down on others. Now that he had returned from the deserted island to the civilized city, he felt a surge of nostalgia. Mother asterisk her, who are you calling a country bumpkin? Back then, when this old man looked down on the world's 10,000 provinces, even your ancestors had to kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times to me. They came from millions and millions of miles away to pay their respects. Old Goose spoke with his hands behind his back. He had a domineering appearance. However, he didn't make a sound and only moved his lips. He only let Chu Feng and Dong Dahu hear his divine will. "If you have the guts, say it to them." Dong Dahu curled his lips. "Haha, hurry and look. That brat even has his hand behind his back, a bumpkin, facing the heavenly horse's mount like that. So stupid." That white-clothed young lady spoke again, giggling, ridiculing the old man. "Ignore them. They must have just run out from the old forest. Let's hurry to the meeting. We can't be too late." The war chariot circled around the vicinity. After finding the correct landing spot, it landed on the rooftop of a skyscraper that almost pierced the clouds. I was actually looked down upon and mocked as a country bumpkin. Back then, this old man was also a character who could make several provinces tremble with a stomp of his feet. Alas, damn it. Let's find a place to stay. This old man is about to return. Old Gu had one hand behind his back. He waved his other hand and said, "Let's go." He identified the tallest building in front of him. It was made of strange materials and circulated with a special luster. In the evening, it was as if there were pieces of fiery red feathers fluttering in the air. The words Fire Phoenix Building were interwoven in the air. Chu Feng noticed that all kinds of spaceships and war chariots pulled by divine beasts were flying in that direction. As they approached, he discovered that vicious beasts appeared on the rooftops of the neighboring skyscrapers. They circulated with terrifying splendor. "Yes, the arena is also here," Dong Dao said. The large light screen on the building had that kind of character introduction, and it was even clearer than the poster from before. The image of the majestic arena also appeared, and there were even bloody gods and demons fighting in iron cages in the arena. The area surrounded by these buildings is the most magnificent arena in the city. They saw the situation clearly. These buildings were connected to each other, and there was a walkway in the sky for the VIPs to move around. Of course, most of them were gods and devils, so they could just fly. Chu Feng discovered that Ing Zhaxian's Ink Qilin war chariot had landed on top of the building. "This is the place. This old man will let you experience the might of the first generation. You won't even dare to imagine how powerful the second generation is." Old Gu said in a domineering manner. With his hands behind his back, he paced towards the building. He was almost walking sideways. However, he was shocked. He was stopped just as he reached the door. The security guards didn't let him in and looked down on him. The so-called security guards were all saints and wore the same style of uniform. This made Chu Feng rather speechless. In front of this magnificent golden door that seemed to have been opened for a golden giant, there was a pair of living white lion beasts with glowing scales. They looked like white cheelants and were squatting on either side of the door. Compared to the stone lions in front of our house, they don't look much more noble. Dong Dahu was indignant. Go, go, go. Where did this little brat come from? This isn't a place you can come to. Go away. He was looked down on again. Moreover, the security guards' attitudes were vile, and they wanted to shove Old Gu and Dong Dahu. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Old Gu was about to explode. Back in the day, he went to all the top clubs in the world of the living and saw all kinds of storms. Even the ancestors of his sect had to nod and smile apologetically when they saw him. Today, he couldn't even enter the door and was stopped outside. One of the security guards said, "You don't have the qualifications to enter this place." I reckon that even the status of an ordinary deity might not be able to enter once. Do you see those war chariots and spaceships in the sky? They are the heirs and successors of the top powers. You guys should be more realistic. Hurry up and leave. It was rough and direct enough to make Dong Dahu lose his temper. This was just how realistic this place was. Old Gu held his breath, and his chest heaved up and down. His breathing was uneven as he said angrily, "I'm visiting incognito. Have you heard of this? Get out of the way." Dong Dahu took out a storage pouch and shook it. This young master has all kinds of rare treasures. He flashed it out. The pouch was filled with rice grain-sized heavenly gold stone dregs. White smoke came out of Old Gu's nose when he saw it. "You stole my pocket money." He actually wanted to say that Dong Dahu had stolen his coffin lid. "Old Gu, I didn't steal it. I picked it up from the ground. Back then, you didn't even want these things on that shabby island." Hearing Dong Dahu's words, the saint-level security guards were dumbfounded. It wasn't that they didn't recognize the heavenly gold stone. Even if they couldn't obtain it themselves, they were no strangers to working in such a place. For example, in this building, there was no lack of heavenly gold stone bracelets and pendants on display. How could they be mistaken? A bag of heavenly gold stone is being used as money. A security guard swallowed his saliva. Especially when he thought of what Dong Dahu had just said, he felt a little scared. Which aristocratic family son was this? Did he really have nothing better to do? Was he really visiting incognito? In fact, ever since they saw the bag of heavenly goldstone, the group of security guards felt their bodies stiffen. It seemed that they had offended an impressive heir. A god-level security guard walked over. He really didn't dare to leak any energy. He came over with a smile to help open the grand divine gate. The group of security guards was a little scared. Old Gu raised his head and directly entered the divine gate. He said, "Help me reserve the ancestral suite on the highest floor. Also, help me make arrangements. I want to go to the arena tonight, and I want the most distinguished VIP room. In addition, prepare the dragon liver and phoenix marrow banquet for me right now. Yes, call a few saintesses to pour the wine. All right, I don't want the so-called saintesses here. I want the saintesses from the famous evolutionary sects to pour the wine and liven things up with songs and dances." Behind him, Chu Feng was speechless. Dong Dahu almost cursed it out loud. This old Gu was boasting too much. How was he going to clean up this mess? However, the few security guards behind him and the female evolvers in the building were full of reverence. They felt their scalps going numb and were feeling constrained. Old Gu glanced at Chu Feng and Dong Dahu and couldn't help but sneer. He secretly transmitted his voice. Back when this old man traveled, I was accompanied by heavenly fairies from the top sections. The rooms I stayed in were all places that only ultimate characters could use. I had mutated desolate beasts as my bodyguards. Were these people before me? It's child's play. Follow me. In a while, I'll let you guys see what it means to be an expert of a generation. I'll open up a land of millions and millions of miles in the world of the living and have the prestige to swallow the world. If this old man's organization is still around, I'll completely return today and bring you guys flying. Chu Feng and Dong Dahu glanced at each other. Were they going to fly in the world of the living? Old Gu, the more you say it like this, the more uneasy I feel. I have an ominous premonition, and my heart is palpitating. Can you not be so high-profile? Dong Dahu was truly lacking in confidence. Chapter 1160. In the lobby, the security guards had all retreated. They wanted nothing more than to flee immediately. Meanwhile, the beautiful female evolvers were attentive in their service and immediately helped Old Gu get a good room. Inside the building, there were all kinds of precious decorations that dazzled the eyes. For example, there was a painting of a great pung spreading its wings on one wall. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the frame was actually a specimen of a great pung with golden feathers and faintly discernible runes. It was too extraordinary. It was fine if one didn't look at it, but upon closer inspection, a sharp aura assaulted their senses. The golden pang's claws seemed as if they could crush planets one after another. And beside it was a bonsai of a 100,000-year-old scarlet crag pine. It was bold and vigorous like a horned dragon, but it was less than 2 meters tall. Any random scene here was definitely not ordinary. Let's go. Old Gu was calm and let the others lead the way. 2 tall and slender women were extremely beautiful. They both had beautiful purple hair that was as glossy as satin. Sweet smiles hung on their faces from beginning to end as they led the 3 to a crystal platform. With a sweep of divine light, they were directly transported away with a swoosh. They arrived at the highest floor and arrived in front of an extremely luxurious room. It was precisely the ancestor-level suite that Old Gu had requested. The 2 women stopped in their tracks while Old Gu brought Chu Feng and Dong Dahu into the room. I'll have to trouble you to bring me a cosmic brain. Old Gu instructed the 2 women and closed the door. His Chu Feng's and the others' communicators that could connect to the internet had all been destroyed during the battle on the island. They had yet to be replaced even now. After entering, Dong Dahu was immediately dumbfounded and indescribably shaken. Not to mention the dense spiritual energy that assaulted his senses. Just this space alone was enough to stun him. How could this be a room? It was actually a different world, a cave dwelling. The so-called ancestor-level suite looked like a room, but the interior was huge. There was a stone arch bridge, a gurgling spiritual spring, pavilions, and a rippling blue lake. Oh my, Old Gu, you really have some face. This extravagance is too astonishing. You only booked a room, but there's actually another universe inside. It's a world of its own. Country bumpkin, this is far from the guest room I had in the past. Old Gu was disdainful. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? How can you speak like that? Who knows what you were like in prehistoric times? Dong Dahu was unconvinced. In the past, the room I stayed in had a beautiful world with mountains and rivers that were 10,000 miles long. I had heavenly immortals from top-class orthodoxies with me. Even the koi fish in the pond were at the level of god kings. When I held a top-class banquet, I could set up a heavenly dragon grill in lovely land and catch a green wand to cook. Will you die if you don't brag? The great tiger of East said, but it was very disappointing. It gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Roasting a heavenly dragon to eat and roasting a blue wand to enjoy was truly an unbearable temptation. It's just a fact, Old Goose said calmly. You guys are really corrupt. The quality of life of the first generation is far better than the second. Tiger Dong was envious. Don't tell me you're going to keep the empire that you've conquered for your children, or for the second generation to squander. Old Gu didn't even raise his head as he sat on a chair beside a jade table. The back of the chair was covered with a tiger skin. F***, this hotel is too much of a scoundrel. They really don't know how to do things. There's actually a tiger skin here. Tiger Dong shouted. All right, stop being so noisy. It's better to listen to Old Gu's bragging. Chu Feng stopped him. I'm not bragging. This old man used to be like this every day back then. Old Gu was disdainful. Immortal music rang out. Outside the cave, which was also outside the room, someone requested to see him. The cosmic brain was sent over. The girl was very respectful as she handed it over with both hands. Old Goose said, "All right, you guys can leave. Hurry up and send the dragon liver and phoenix marrow banquet over. Also, I want a few bottles of 10,000-year-old immortal wine. The true saintess should also make haste." The girl revealed a troubled expression as she reported in a soft voice. The dragon liver and phoenix marrow banquet was out of stock. There really wasn't any. There were only subspecies of dragons and phoenixes. In fact, it had been many years since a true dragon liver and phoenix marrow banquet had been held. What a disappointment. You can leave. Subspecies it is then. Even though it's a bit rough, it's still barely enough to eat. I'm really hungry. The girl heard Old Goo's impatient voice and hurriedly bowed before nimbly leaving. I was quietly watch Old Goo act like a nobody. Dong Dahu sat on a crocodile leather chair and glanced sideways at Old Goo. "Old Goo, you're acting like this. What if you can't keep up the act and completely collapse?" Old Goo shot him a glance and said, "These are the crudest food and residences. How can you be pretending? You guys don't understand the glory and tyranny of the prehistoric generation." Chu Feng said, "All right, Old Goo. In a while, if your persona collapses, think about how you're going to escape. In any case, you've already acted like a big-tailed wolf and ascended to the heavens. We won't persuade you anymore. All of you don't talk. Let me search for information in peace." Old Goo activated the cosmic brain and logged into a few very obscure interfaces. Ordinary evolvers obviously didn't know about these dark forums. He was searching for information about the organizations he had left behind back then. Following a series of sighs, Old Goo's expression became somewhat gloomy. He saw some information that could already be considered history. It described how glorious some organizations were back then and how they were annihilated in a puff of smoke. "Back then, I left behind 13 organizations. In the end, 10 of them have long since been destroyed. There are 2 that no one has mentioned. It seems like they were destroyed even earlier." Old Goo was sentimental and had a sorrowful expression. This wasn't an act. He recalled some people and matters from back then. "Old Goo, you left behind so many organizations back then. How rich and overbearing." Dong Dahu exclaimed in admiration. He knew that Old Goo's organizations were definitely not ordinary. "Please don't underestimate the abilities of Li Su's swarm brothers. Back then, I was also an overlord of a region. My peerless elegance illuminated the world of the living." Old Goo replied arrogantly. Manchurian Tiger didn't know what to say. After thinking about it carefully, Old Goo's words were indeed reasonable. With his identity, he must have shaken the world of the living and looked down on the world of the living. "Aren't there 13 organizations? You mentioned 12. Where's the last one?" Chu Feng asked. "I'm looking for it." "Oh, I found it. Heavens, there's still one organization that hasn't been destroyed. Now, it's very powerful in the dark world." Old Goo was excited. Then, he actually shed tears and his eyes flickered. These organizations were entrusted with some of his feelings for back then. There were also some of his brothers in those organizations. Suddenly discovering that an organization still existed made him feel emotional and sentimental. Perhaps the leader of the first generation of that organization was still alive? Chu Feng couldn't be sure, but he hoped that his old brothers were still alive and waiting for him to reunite. Dong Dahu said, "Damn, this is a prehistoric organization. So many years have passed, yet they still exist in this world. This is truly a living piece of ancient history. Old Goo, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and contact them. When we return, we can also call ourselves ancestors." Old Goo shook his head and said with a light sigh, "People's hearts are the easiest to change. We have to be on guard. I also hope that some of my old brothers are still alive and still remember me. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. Alive, Sai." He fell silent and continued to search for information on the Dark World Forum to study this organization. After a long time, Old Goo nodded and revealed a faint expression of joy. "Not bad. I can borrow their strength." Chu Feng asked, "What are you researching? So many years have passed, and you don't dare to contact them directly. How are you going to make use of them?" Old Gu replied, I'm looking at their reputation and whether or not they are following the rules I set back then. Very good. Everything is very satisfactory. Dong Dahu also shook his head and said, Forget it. You also said that people's hearts are fickle. Even if they followed your rules back then, they will most likely forget it in this life. Old Gu said, I said since ancient times. In recent years, they're still following the rules. Very good. What kind of rules did you set? They're still following them now? Old Gu heard this and took out 4 different command badges from a black spatial bracelet. One was lustrous purple, one was surging with white light, one was flowing with scarlet light, and the last one was black. Back then, I told them that no matter how many years have passed, they must follow the rules when they see these command badges. They could take them away after completing the task. Old Gu purposely sent out a portion of the command badges. Even after the passage of time, one would occasionally be unearthed. In the end, people found it and went to that organization, but they still followed the rules. Could it be that everyone in the world knows about these command badges? Chu Feng asked. A portion of the powers know about these command badges, but no one knows that this organization belongs to me. Old Gu replied. Dong Dahu said, You mainly prepared for your return. You are afraid that those organizations will become too big and retaliate against you. So you came up with these command badges? Yes. Old Gu calmly nodded. But you only prepared 4. You can only order them 4 times. Isn't this too little? Dong Dahu was greedy. However, the next moment, he realized that he had underestimated Old Gu's shamelessness. Old Gu was 100 times more greedy than him. With a crash, Old Gu took out a large pile of command badges from his spatial bracelet. There were at least 400 to 500 of them. Chu Feng and Dong Dahu were dumbfounded. This Old Gu was really well prepared. The materials are rather special. Moreover, they were refined by my big brother. No one can imitate them. These are enough for me. Yes, it's enough. Dong Dahu cried out in excitement. He put his arm around Old Gu's shoulder and repeatedly called him a kindred spirit. Old Gu collected the pile of command badges, leaving behind a black one. It was the most unremarkable of the 4 types of command badges. What will be the effect of this command badge? Dong Dahu asked. This is the lowest grade among the 4. I don't dare to use the higher grade ones. Old Gu replied. I will first mobilize 8 God King bodyguards. Old Gu said, while using the cosmic brain to scan the command badge. After uploading it, he entered some commands in a special interface to contact that organization. Not long after, he received a reply. He nodded and said, It's done. Even Chu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Dong Dahu was even more dumbfounded. The lowest grade of the command badge could summon God Kings. What about the highest grade? After thinking about it carefully, Old Gu really couldn't use the highest grade command badge. In fact, if there are no accidents, I won't dare to use the 2nd grade one either. Old Gu said, You guys don't need to worry about the arena. When the God Kings arrive, I will let them come out for a chat. This time, we are really going to take off. It seems like the ominous premonition won't appear. Dong Dahu was delighted. He then cried out in a strange voice, From now on, I will be unhindered in the world of the living. Someone came to ask for instructions. The most esteemed guest, the dragon liver and phoenix marrow banquet, is ready. Are you sure you want a few true sanuses to pour the wine? Do you have a problem? Old Gu cast a sidelong glance. It's like this. It's really not easy to invite the sanuses of the top-notch evolutionary sections. However, there's a banquet being held downstairs on the 999th floor. All the sanuses and direct descendants are there. Why don't we try again? Chapter 1161. The waitress was a beautiful woman with smooth and soft purple hair. She frowned after hearing what was said and was somewhat worried. He wanted her to invite the quasi-sane tribe's beauties to pour wine. Would she be beaten if she opened her mouth like this? This is too difficult. Please don't make things difficult for me, she said softly. Your service here is too bad. Shouldn't you try to satisfy the requests of the ancestor-level suite guests? Old Gu was pretending to be a big boss there. Having said that, he took out a piece of heavenly gold stone. It was 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long. This thing was very heavy and could already buy a bowl of Grandma Meng's soup. Go invite the 3 true saintesses. The female evolver's expression changed after seeing it. This thing was sold in the exhibition hall below and was considered one of the most valuable accessories. For example, a pendant the size of a fingernail could be sold at a sky-high price. Because heavenly gold stone could be carved with the highest level runes, it was sturdy and immortal, and the talisman treasure made from it was extremely terrifying. Therefore, it was considered a rare treasure. Not to mention other people, even celestial venerables and almighties needed this kind of material. Okay, I'll give it a try. The female manager had a plan in mind and felt that perhaps she could invite the 3 true saintesses. The value of heavenly gold stone was astonishing. This piece could be compared to a bowl of Grandma Meng's soup. What was Grandma Meng's soup? No matter what race or creature, as long as they drank a little during their youth, they could increase their potential. What kind of heaven-defying good fortune was this? Even though Chu Feng could jump around, he hadn't obtained much so far. Apart from extorting 5 small jars from Old Goo, he had only bought 8 bowls from the heavenly immortal waterfall. Especially the last 8 bowls, they normally couldn't be bought. No one would sell them in such large quantities. They were the stock that the Western Paradise Organization couldn't bear to sell. Afterward, the Western Paradise Organization directly went to kill Chu Feng and simply didn't want him to take it away. It could be considered not for sale. From this, one could compare the value of heavenly gold stone. Apart from the Hung clan, Li clan, Buddhist clan, and other ultimate orthodoxies, which Evolver sect dared to say that they could store enough Grandma Meng's soup for their young disciples. So much so that some descendants of great sects simply hadn't tasted Grandma Meng's soup. Therefore, the female, evolved human left with a smile on her face. She felt that she could facilitate this matter. That was because many of the aristocratic family's disciples had come tonight to participate in the wrestling arena's banquet. At the same time, they were going to watch a few exciting battles in the wrestling arena. All of these were activities that the Colosseum regularly held to expand its influence. The female manager felt that there were many targets tonight. With this heavenly gold stone, she should be able to find the 3 saintesses. Old Goo, have we seriously underestimated your value? After the female manager left, Dong Dahu became suspicious and stared at Old Goo. This Old Goo casually took out a stone, yet had such great power. One had to know that he had a huge stone coffin. After it was broken into pieces, how many large stones would it turn into? On that deserted island, Old Goo's movements were especially swift. He immediately stored all the stones into his interspatial bracelet. Aren't I flying with you guys right now? Old Man Goo spoke calmly, his delicate little face filled with arrogance. Chu Feng was also full of smiles. Old Goo, why don't you lend me some heavenly gold stones? The Mo family of the alien desolate race is hunting me down. Let me be rich for once, and I'll release some heavenly gold stones to the black market to hunt the Mo family. What do you think? I don't have any surplus food at home. Old Goo glanced at him and didn't want to lend it to him at all. He continued, moreover, ever since we met, you've used that broken sword to chop off so many pieces of heavenly gold ores from my coffin. Are you still not satisfied? Besides, all of your Grandma Meng's soup was originally mine. Chu Feng saw that there was nothing more to say. It was all old scores. All right, let's not bring up old scores. Before long, the dragon liver and phoenix marrow banquet was served. Of course, they were all subspecies, not true dragons or true phoenixes. In fact, such things hadn't been enjoyed in tens of thousands of years. In the Yang realm, only a freak like the martial madman or a madman like Li Su had the right to eat true dragon meat and drink undying phoenix blood. Inside the room, or rather the cave abode, there was a murmuring stream under the stone arch bridge. The scenery changed with every step. Here, birds sang and flowers bloomed. The fiery red vermilion bird orchids were sparkling and glistening, their fragrance assailing the nostrils. The purple Chilan flower was lively and full of vitality. Apart from the fragrance, there was the occasional roar of a Chilan. This ancestor's suite was a rare, extraordinary cave abode. At this moment, Olgu didn't care about his image at all. Apart from eating some dragon liver and phoenix marrow banquet, he was also hugging a swanny leg and eating heartily. The dishes were served one after another. There was the swanny leg that was roasted to a glossy golden color, the steamed phoenix marrow that flowed with brilliant colors, the fragrant crystal pai shio meat, and the alluring xuanwu soup. You guys really don't care. They're all subspecies, and none of them are pure-blooded. Old Gu was dissatisfied. The waiter wiped off his sweat. If this was a pure-blooded one, this building would definitely be demolished. At the very least, they currently didn't have the strength to hold a pure-blooded feast. Is this a swanny leg? Although the meat is golden, it doesn't have a refreshing feeling of melting in one's mouth and opening up all the pores in one's body. The female manager came. After listening, she felt that this was truly a master of eating. What he said was correct, but they really couldn't provide that kind of ingredient. She became increasingly reverent. Although these three seemed to have been hungry for a long time, they were very knowledgeable. This wasn't something ordinary people could experience. They must have enjoyed it often. Forget it, I don't want a swanny leg anymore. Take it away and give me a white tiger leg. Old Gu said, Old Gu, can you still let people eat happily? Dong Dahu slammed the table and wanted to fall out with him. Old Gu waved his hand and said, Then forget it. Give me the red cloud donkey, a specialty of the Fire Province. This kind of creature's meat is delicious. Whether it's seasoned or braised, it's a delicacy. Old Gu, I'm angry with you. Dong Dahu rolled up his sleeves and glared at the old man with white smoke coming out of his nose. You're still stopping me with just these two preferences? Old Gu was also anxious and said, Aren't I also taking revenge for you? Don't you hate a certain donkey? Dong Dahu cried bitterly and said, You don't know how conflicted my heart is. This is destined to become an entanglement that transcends races. Even if he became a mutated, desolate tiger, he was still a donkey and could never eat donkey meat in this lifetime. Next to him, the female manager looked at him with a confused and puzzled expression. Old Gu said, Ignore him. This is a sadomasochism that transcends the tiger and donkey races. Plus, it's dog blood. Dong Dahu gritted his teeth in anger and drank to drown his sorrows. Drink slowly. This is a 10,000-year-old wine. It's easy to get drunk. Not long after, the sound of jingling ornaments could be heard. A total of 3 beauties arrived, all of them very unique. One was round and smooth like pearls and jade. She was a classical beauty wearing a palatial dress and a jade hairpin in her hair. All kinds of sparkling and translucent accessories accentuated her beautiful face. Her name was Gao Gu, and she came from a great sect. Her strength wasn't bad, and she was already a quasi-saint despite her young age. The second woman was tall and curvaceous. She was also young and wore a modern evening dress. She was very youthful and full of vitality. Her name was Chi. The third woman was also wearing modern clothes. She wore short sleeves and hot pants, revealing her snow-white legs and lustrous arms. Her fiery red hair was sparkling and translucent. Her skin was fair and her lips were fiery red. She was extremely gorgeous. This was a contrast between classical and modern. It was a contrast between a classical beauty and a modern beauty. Old Gu looked at Dong Dahu and indicated for him to choose someone to pour wine for him. Dong Dahu frowned and finally shook his head, sighing, I can't appreciate it. I only like white tigers. After the 3 saintesses heard this, their eyes widened and they glared at Dong Dahu with a trace of anger and embarrassment. What kind of person was this? How could he be so vulgar and say such things the moment they met? Could it be that he had a pair of penetrative eyes? What kind of weird hobbies do you have? Old Gu was also convinced. I'm saying that I only like the women of the white tiger race. I don't feel anything for the other races, Dong Dahu explained. What about you? Old Gu looked at Chu Feng. Not as beautiful as the #1 beauty in the world of the living, Chu Feng replied. After the 3 saintesses heard this, they really wanted to turn around and leave. What kind of person was this? How could he bully others like this? There was only one number one beauty in the world of the living. How could they compare? Who could compare? After old Goo heard this, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. The number one beauty in the world of the living was the heavenly daughter of the ancient dream path. She was a peerless beauty whom he had a crush on and had once taken action to snatch away. In the end, he failed and was beaten up instead, especially now that he knew that the number one beauty in the world of the living had reincarnated into the lesser underworld and gave birth to a child for Chu Feng. How could he endure this? Every time old Goo thought of this, he wanted nothing more than to smash his head into the ground and feel like dying. He had once hated Chu Feng, but he also knew that this kind of emotion couldn't solve the problem. What is love in the world? It makes people pledge their lives to each other. Old Goo sighed and was on the verge of tears. The three Sanuses rolled their eyes and felt that another one had gone crazy. None of these three youths were normal. They were secretly worried and felt that the heavenly gold stone wasn't easy to earn. Then what do we need them for? Old Goo sighed. The three girls were very vigilant. The round and smooth beauty from the ancient palace sang loudly, "We are only responsible for pouring wine. We won't accept anything else." The other two also hurriedly nodded. Old Goo's interest waned. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. There's no need to pour the wine. You three dance for a while, and then sneak away." The three girls looked at each other and were deeply surprised. When they came, they were still anxious. What if they ran into a pervert? Even if it was a great character who could throw a heavenly gold stone, his character might not necessarily be good. Even though they had confidence and felt that their sect was powerful enough to not encounter any accidents and dared to come over to earn some extra money, they were still a bit afraid. Now it was all good. They didn't even need to go over and make close contact. The three were brimming with enthusiasm as they swayed their bodies. There was a classical dance and a youthful and lively modern dance. The collision of these two styles was truly eye-catching. Her slender figure, snow-white long legs, sparkling and translucent arms, a slender waist, a youthful and exuberant beautiful face, and stretched limbs. This dance was indeed very moving. In the end, the three left with happy smiles on their faces. They felt that this heavenly gold stone was too easy to earn. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Old Goo's command medallion had come into effect. The 8 divine kings had already arrived. All of them had restrained their blood chi and were like a vast ocean lying dormant within their bodies. Their pupils were as deep as the starry sky. "Greetings, master." The 8 were very particular and actually addressed him as such. They even knelt on one knee. This astonished Chu Feng. How could a black command medallion be so powerful? Old Goo said calmly, "And you guys wait first. Just follow me from afar and don't surround the three of us like door gods." After that, he got up and prepared to go to the banquet with Chu Feng and Dong Dahu. The female manager had already arranged everything for him. The next moment, Chu Feng, Old Goo, and Dong Dahu arrived at the 999th floor of the building. This place was dazzling with gold and jade, and there were revolvers everywhere. Many of them were wearing modern formal attire, which was equivalent to the suits of the underworld. Dong Dahu was dumbfounded and said, "The Saint Child is wearing a suit and tie, and the Saintess is wearing an evening gown. These are all evolvers who keep up with the times." "Brother, this way." The female manager had changed into a formal dress and followed them in to lead the way. "I haven't been the big brother for many years." Old Goo sighed. Back in the day, he was also an all-powerful powerhouse of his generation. After conquering the empire with his big brother, he had truly indulged himself for a long period of time. Every day, he led a befuddled life. Whenever he went out, he would always be accompanied by the foreign desolate race's bodyguards, and his dance partner would always be the famous celestial fairy of the Yang realm. Just at this moment, a young girl's teasing voice rang out. She was right in front of him. Isn't this the 3 country bumpkins? How they sneak in?" Chapter 1162. A young girl in snow-white clothes appeared. She looked elegant, clean, and beautiful. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her appearance was beautiful and sweet. Dong Dahu didn't even look at her. As long as the so-called beauty wasn't a white tiger, she wouldn't be attractive in his eyes. Old Gu, on the other hand, felt tired. He was just lamenting that he hadn't been a big brother for many years. But in the end, someone immediately appeared and mocked him. He really looked like he had been away from the position of big brother for many years. "Girl, what are you talking about?" Dong Dahu said. It could be seen that this was the direct descendant of a certain clan. Even though her white clothes were simple and unadorned, regardless of whether it was the pendant on her snow-white neck or the earrings on her sparkling little earlobes, they were all not ordinary goods. There were powerful symbols swirling about them, making them extremely valuable. "Who are you calling, girl?" The young girl was more shrewish. Although her big eyes were blinking and she looked very sweet, her words weren't soft at all. "If not you, who is it?" Dong Dahu answered, staring at her. "Hey, Chinyu, what's going on? Do you know them?" Another girl walked over. She was graceful and wore a long red dress that dragged on the ground. She looked very graceful and elegant. Chinyu giggled. "How could I know them?" "You don't know, but Brother Zhou Yuan and I saw these 3 country bumpkins walking on foot on the way here. They looked like barbarians who had just walked out of the forest. Everything was new to them. It was too ridiculous. They were drooling when they looked up at our war chariot." Several girls appeared beside the white-clothed girl. They were all very young and had extraordinary status. They chuckled and secretly sized up Chu Feng and the other 2. Although they didn't say anything, their expressions revealed a strange expression. They became increasingly reserved and ignored the 3, showing off their noble aura. Dong Daha's face darkened. One shouldn't hit someone in the face, and one shouldn't point out their shortcomings. The white-clothed girl had deliberately ridiculed them in public. "Who let you in?" asked the white-clothed girl. There was a charming smile on her face, but she definitely didn't have good intentions. Her tone was very disrespectful. "Meddlesome." Old Gu opened his mouth and only said 2 words. The white-clothed girl, Chunyu, laughed and said, "Oh, you don't like to hear it? Then I'll have to ask who let you in. What qualifications do you have to be here? How can the guards be so irresponsible? What if they let the barbarians in and disrupt the banquet?" The women beside her also revealed smiles. Even though they didn't express their opinions, the charm between their brows was clear. There was also a hint of disdain. "Attendant, come here and ask them to leave." The beautiful woman dressed in a long red dress spoke, helping the white-clothed girl chase away Chu Feng, Old Gu, and Dong Dao. "You talk too much." Old Gu stood there calmly with his hands behind his back, looking at them coldly. "Who are you calling talkative, country bumpkin?" The red-clothed girl, Lu Yun, had a bad temper. She looked down at the 3 youths with her brows knitted together. The white-clothed young woman, Chun Yu, was furious as well, and she berated, "How laughable! Attendant, quickly throw the 3 of them out. They actually dared to cause trouble here." "That's enough." Dong Dahu breathed heavily. They hadn't even vented their anger yet, but the princess tempers of these 2 girls had already shown up. They wanted to concoct and tidy them up. At this time, Old Gu waved his hand at the 3 girls not far away, hinting for them to come over. They were Gao Gu, Chi Chi, and Zhou Qing. After obtaining a piece of sky gold rock, they were discussing how to divide it. Now, they encountered 3 youths and even had a conflict with them. This surprised them. Seeing Old Gu beckoning, the 3 girls immediately came over. They attached great importance to these young evolvers who could casually toss out a large piece of sky gold rock. As far as they were concerned, the true identity of these 3 youths was absolutely terrifying. Hence, the 3 of them walked over with smiles on their faces. At the same time, they lowered their posture and greeted Chu Feng and Old Gu in a very appropriate manner. This caused Chun Yu, Lu Yun, and the others to be bewildered. These 3 country bumpkins knew Gao Gu and Chi Chi. One had to know that Gao Gu and Chi Chi's family background was very powerful, not something ordinary evolvers could compare to. "You guys go and teach them how to behave," Old Gu said indifferently, hinting for Gao Gu and Chi Chi to teach Chun Yu and the others a lesson. At first, Gao Gu and Chi Chi were naturally unwilling, but after some thought, they felt that they shouldn't offend old Gu. Afterward, Chun Yu and Lu Yin discovered that they were being targeted. Gao Gu and Chi Chi walked over with smiles on their faces, but they didn't look very amiable. Chi Chi said, "Chun Yu, right? Your arrogant character will easily cause trouble for your family." "What do you mean?" The girl in white, Chun Yu, rolled her eyes. At the same time, she was a little surprised that the other party was taking the initiative to pick a fight. Gao Gu said, "Is the Chun family very strong? I remember that an evolver sect at the same level as yours was annihilated in one night not long ago. All the direct descendants were killed, and not even their bones were left. In this world, there are always some powers that we need to revere and look up to. Look at what you've done. Inexplicably ridiculing, belittling, and humiliating strangers. Are you trying to show off your nobility? I don't think so. It will only make you look vulgar. Do you still have the grace of an aristocratic family's direct descendant? Your words are harsh, sharp, and despicable. It will only make people doubt your inner cultivation. It's really shallow." She paused for a moment and then said, "Do you know that even we need to revere the three youths whom you're ridiculing and looking down on? What right do you have to make such a ruckus and ridicule them so wantonly? Where's the grace of a noble lady? Your words are so vulgar and vulgar. What qualifications do you have to stand here? Attending a banquet with you makes me feel that my style has been pulled down a few notches. Can you not be so ignorant and shallow?" The voice of a classical beauty like Gao Gu was very pleasant to listen to. She rattled off her words and fully displayed her battle prowess. Even Chu Feng was deeply surprised. She was simply a little combat expert. She was adorned with ornaments, and her retro dress dragged on the ground. Her face was fair and gentle, and her eyes were shining with brilliance. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall, and the ornaments on her head were swaying with radiance. Her whole person was round and smooth, graceful and luxurious. The girl in white, Chun Yu's sweet smile disappeared and was replaced with an ugly expression. She was actually being targeted in public. She wanted to argue and fight with this classical beauty. At this time, the female manager also came over. Her words were very polite, but she was warning Chun Yu, Lu Yun, and the others that old Gu, Chu Feng, and the others were distinguished guests and couldn't be disrespectful. Otherwise, they weren't welcome here. Next, the girl in white, Chun Yu, and the others were brought to the side by Gao Gu and Chi Chi. They confronted each other tit for tat, and in the end, they were defeated. In the end, Chun Yu, Lu Yun, and the others' faces were slightly pale. After learning that old Gu's group had casually tossed the sky gold rock, they felt apprehensive. They humbled themselves and came over to apologize in a low voice. Obviously, this was also due to the female manager's efforts. She had threatened Chun Yu's group in various ways just now. She knew that Chun Yu's group's background couldn't be compared to the host of the banquet, so she directly issued a warning. The girl in white, Chun Yu's cheeks were burning hot. She felt sullen and humiliated. The three country bumpkins she met on the way actually had a great background. She couldn't accept it. She was forced to lower her head and apologize here, and she felt very unhappy. Not long after, she left and returned, accompanied by a young man, Zhou Yuan. He had once ridden in the same war chariot with her, and he had also looked down on and ridiculed Chu Feng's group of three. Other than that, they also brought a divine king, seemingly wanting to demand an explanation. That divine king was very tall and mighty. He lowered his head to look at old Gu and said, "Little brother, you're very tyrannical, forcing the princess to apologize. Which family's disciple are you?" Old Gu didn't pay attention to him. He waved his hand and said, "Throw him out." Afterwards, the people nearby saw that 8 god kings had suddenly appeared, and they were all extremely powerful. Before that god king could say anything, they surrounded him. Before he could resist, they picked him up and forcefully took him away before throwing him out of the banquet hall. The girl in white, Chun Yu, and the young man named Zhou Yuan were both deathly pale. What was going on? They felt extremely embarrassed. They wanted nothing more than to dig a hole in the ground. As for Lu Yun and the others who were standing with the girl in white not long ago, their hearts were beating like drums. Their faces were pale, and they felt a wave of lingering fear. For a moment, many people looked at Old Gu's group of three in a different light. It wasn't that no one had brought a divine king as their protector, but to bring 8 at once. This was somewhat exaggerated and made people dizzy. During this process, Chu Feng didn't say anything and maintained a smile. Only now did he sigh. Old Gu must have acted like a big-tailed wolf many times in prehistoric times. Dong Dahu secretly transmitted his voice, saying, "Old Gu, I'll just quietly watch you act." At this time, a divine king came to Old Gu's side and said, "My lord, due to the complexity of the situation, we will conscript more divine kings." Old Gu nodded firmly and said, "Amen." Next, the people of this organization immediately took action. All the divine kings in this prefecture received the notice at the first instance and rushed over. It could be seen that Old Gu's black command token was extremely powerful. Next, the scene was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. Dong Dahu also raised his goblet in a gentlemanly manner and specifically went to the tiger race and cat race beauties to have a toast. He did indeed meet a few, but unfortunately, he didn't meet his obsession, the white tiger. In the end, he chatted happily with a blonde woman with shoulder-length blonde hair. He already understood that she was the saintess of the golden tiger bloodline. The banquet hall was very large and dazzling. The chandelier flowed with dreamy radiance, and there were many people. Regardless of whether they were fighting to the point of surging blood qi in other places, they were all refined and courteous here. Chu Feng saw Ying Zhixian. She was dressed in a snow-white evening dress and looked very outstanding. She was like a fairy of the moon that had descended to the mortal world. She was very popular here because the quasi-immortal race resided in this place, Ming Province. Very soon, he also saw the Rock Emperor. He could be considered an old friend who had once had a good chat with him. At this moment, the Rock Emperor wasn't wearing any battle clothes. Instead, he was wearing a suit and leather shoes similar to those worn on Earth. This made Chu Feng speechless. Was this still the divine king of the rock race who had traveled between famed mountains and great rivers, who had once fallen into a forbidden area and survived? Was this still the divine king of the rock race who had killed his way out and rapidly risen to power? Oh, there will be many exciting battles tonight. That will be the passion of blood and evolution. I welcome everyone to enjoy in a while. A young man walked over from afar. He had an elegant demeanor, and the material of his formal attire was exquisite. The shirt he wore inside was pure white and spotless, making him look refined and aloof. He then said, "Oh, I heard that a small disagreement happened here just now. Perhaps the Sanuses were in the wrong, but I heard that those 3 friends mobilized 8 divine kings into the banquet hall. That's not very good. Why must they be so unyielding and overbearing? It will only lead to discord. If we're talking about strength and mobilizing divine kings, our wasteland arena shouldn't be afraid of anyone in Ming Province." His words were gentle, but they also contained a sense of power. At the same time, 16 divine kings appeared behind him all of a sudden. This was a silent intimidation. The others all started laughing. Some were kind, and some were deliberately jeering to raise his might. After all, the wasteland arena was very strong, and its might shook the world. "You're talking about me, right?" Old Gu walked forward with his hands behind his back. His words were as concise as ever as he appeared just like that. Chu Feng and Dong Dahu naturally stood beside him. The 3 of them walked over together. After that, everyone felt dizzy. What was going on? A row of burly men followed behind the 3 of them. All of them had boundlessly terrifying blood qi. Even though they were restrained inside their bodies, it still made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if they were facing a group of prehistoric beasts. There were a total of 24 people, and all of them were divine kings. Chapter 1163. This was too unexpected. Everyone was stunned and tongue-tied. Such a situation had actually occurred. The group of burly men were all divine kings. Their appearance was somewhat shocking and also made people speechless. The two sides were in a standoff. The banquet hall quieted down. Everyone knew that this matter had blown up. At first, the arena reclaimers only wanted to display their strength and intimidate everyone. Unexpectedly, the three youths were ferocious dragons. They weren't afraid at all and walked over just like that. Moreover, they had summoned 24 divine kings to directly confront them. Behind Chu Feng and Old Gu were 24 burly men. Most of them were dressed in formal attire and appeared refined and scholarly. This made everyone speechless. Normally, they fought on the battlefield and were often overflowing with blood energy. They were all demonic gods who were used to wearing armor, but today they were actually dressed like this. Of course, there were also arrogant people. Behind Dong Dahu was a divine king. Although he was dressed in formal attire, his hair was combed back and looked very rough. He was actually smoking a cigar as thick as a carrot in his mouth and was puffing out clouds of smoke. What made Chu Feng the most speechless was that he was actually from the primordial yak race. Dong Dahu was also speechless. He thought he had encountered the black yak. This person's coarse horns were like two broadswords as he pointed at the sky from his swept-back hair. Little brothers, what do you want? On the other side, the young man in charge of the arena reclaimers, Su Kuan, couldn't remain aloof. He frowned with an unnatural expression. What was going on? He had mobilized 16 divine kings, but in the end, the other party had summoned 24. They weren't afraid at all. Could it be that you want to cause trouble today? Su Kuan spoke. His white shirt was spotless, and his eyes were bright as he stared at the group. Old Gu didn't say anything and only raised his head. Although he was young, he was fairly calm. His eyes were deep as he looked ahead without saying a word. Behind him, the 24 divine kings all revealed traces of blood energy as they surged forward. This was terrifying. How could the majority of the youths here withstand it? Everyone was palpitating and couldn't help but tremble. Of course, the 24 divine kings were mainly targeting the arena reclaimers. Everyone realized that this was indeed a ferocious dragon. He dared to be so unyielding even after coming to the arena reclaimers' territory. He had nothing to fear. Could it be that we're in the wrong? Old Gu finally spoke, not backing down at all. Su Kuan was a god-tier evolver who had just come of age. For his age, he could be considered extraordinary. He was usually gentle and refined, but when he was serious, he had an imposing aura. His expression was unsightly. In this situation, he did not want to retreat. Boom! Under his signal, some people left to ask for help. At the same time, the old man snorted coldly. The 24 god kings behind him took a step forward together, and with a boom, a hazy aura of blood surged forward like a river of stars. He wasn't targeting the innocent. He was only suppressing the 16 god kings. For a moment, the god king's blood on the old ancient side was so dense that it protected the three of them. The 16 people on the other side all swayed, and even the elegant young master, Su Kuan, staggered backwards. Moreover, Su Kuan was under the protection of the god king. Who dares to be rude? At that moment, a cold snort sounded out. A man walked over from not far away. His long golden hair fell to his shoulders. For an evolved god fiend, this wasn't considered long, but it wasn't short either. He was wearing formal attire and had a sturdy figure, but he was also very slender. He was about 1.95 meters tall. His pupils were also golden, and there was a bright red mark between his eyebrows. This person was very powerful, and he was a divine king himself. Chi Hong! Someone cried out in alarm. It was obvious that they were afraid of his identity. After that, the whole area was filled with murmurs. Everyone was astonished. Chi Hong's arrival had caused quite a commotion, and one could see his status. Amidst the discussions, Chu Feng found out with astonishment that this was someone from the true major shareholder family of Wasteland Reclamation Arena. As for Su Kuan's family, they could only be considered a minor shareholder. The major shareholder of Wasteland Reclamation Arena was the six-eared macaque bloodline, a truly powerful race. Their numbers were small throughout the generations, but they were extremely valiant in battling the heavens and earth. It was reported that they belonged to an innate race and were the earliest creatures born in the primal chaos. Only the six-eared macaque and a few other races were able to maintain their bloodline until today. Anyone from this race could stir up endless storms, and they were all powerful characters. Wasteland Reclamation Arena was one of the best in Ming Province, standing side by side with the quasi-immortal race. No one dared to provoke them because the six-eared macaque race stood behind them. It was rumored that the total number of people in this race was never more than 10, but each and every one of them was a peerless genius. They relied on their tyrannical bloodline to marry powerful races. Although it was difficult for them to have children, once they did, they would definitely be six-eared macaques. Chi Hong walked over, and the aura he naturally emitted was quite terrifying. It was as if people saw a golden monkey that was like a demonic god fighting the heavens and earth, breaking through the universe and crushing the stars with its claws. His gaze penetrated through the past and present, and it was frightening. This was a strange phenomenon, and it was the might emitted by his blood chi. People could vaguely see the great might of this race's ancestor. Following his arrival, another 6 divine kings followed. Chi Hong could be said to be powerful and tyrannical, and he led a total of 24 divine kings to oppose them. This was their home ground, and they wouldn't allow outsiders to show their might. Master, there's no need to worry. Some of our brothers are a bit further away, but they'll be here soon. Someone reported to Old Gu. Ming Province was very large, and this organization was extremely powerful. The number of divine kings in this province was naturally far from the ones before them, and there would be more to come. Some people were rushing over through the teleportation domain. As expected, there was movement the next moment. Someone shouted in a low voice and walked over with large strides. He took off his armor and put on his formal attire at the same time. As for the armor, there was still blood on it. It was obvious that he was fighting outside and had hurried over after receiving the notice. Everyone felt dizzy. What kind of situation was this? Was this a competition between divine kings? Brother, don't take off your armor. You'll have to wear it later. The barbaric ox race expert behind Dong Dahu spoke in a low and muffled voice. He held a cigar in his mouth and puffed out clouds of smoke, reminding the divine kings who had arrived later to prepare for battle. In just a short while, there were close to 10 divine kings behind Old Gu and Chu Feng. This number soared past 30 in a short while. The matter had become serious. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the number of divine kings behind Old Gu and Chu Feng was still increasing. Before long, there were 4 more divine kings. Not to mention the others, even the people who were pioneering the arena were shocked. Even the six-eared macaque, who was born from the primal chaos and was known to fight the heavens and earth, felt a headache coming on. As the bloodline of the major shareholder, he had come out like this to intimidate them. Who would have thought that the other side would be like 3 prehistoric dragons? Were they going to stir up a storm in Ming Province? There was no need to think too much. Tonight's events would definitely be published in the most popular newspapers in the world of the living and cause a sensation. In order to maintain balance in this world where celestial venerables couldn't attack at will and rarely appeared, divine kings were the core strength. The number of divine kings represented strength. Now, both sides had summoned dozens of divine kings. What were they trying to do? Everyone was shaken. They could feel that Old Gu and Chu Feng had extraordinary origins. They guessed that they were the Hung clan's successor or the last disciple of some almighty existence. How could they do this? At this moment, the white-clothed Chun Yu, the red-clothed Lu Yun, and the young man, Zhou Yuan, were all terrified. Their scalps went numb, and they didn't know whether they should be afraid or glad. The iron plate they had kicked was too hard. These were ruthless characters who dared to challenge the arena pioneers. Moreover, there were the 3 demonic youths who were calm and collected even against the major shareholder, the 6-eared macaque bloodline. This was too strange. Chun Yu, Lu Yun, and Zhou Yuan were secretly shaken. They felt a wave of lingering fear. Fortunately, there hadn't been a violent conflict just now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to resolve the situation. However, they were also a little worried. What if they were to settle the score later? That would be very tragic. A haze appeared in their hearts. Marshal Granduncle, we have a situation here. It might not be good to protect the master. At this moment, the boorish man with swaying coarse horns, slicked back hair, and a cigar in his mouth directly turned on his communicator and asked for reinforcements. Everyone was dizzy. How many divine kings have been summoned? They could still mobilize and call for reinforcements. Marshal Granduncle, the other divine kings in Ming province might be on a special mission. We can't contact them. Please send reinforcements from the neighboring provinces. The boorish bull exhaled white smoke from his nose and ended the call. For a moment, the place fell silent. Chen Yu, Lu Yun, and Zhou Yuan felt a chill in their hearts. They even wanted to die. Who the F***CK did they provoke? Did they have forces spread across several provinces? The number of divine kings in one province was already frightening enough. Now, they were calling for reinforcement from across provinces just for 3 youths. This was too ridiculous. Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from outside the building. Even though the entire building was made of special materials and was engraved with order runes, the special materials were cracking and exploding. Following that, a huge creature rushed in. It was a pure-blooded Taotai. It was incomparably ferocious. Its bloody mouth was wide open, revealing its terrifying fangs. This thing could devour all things, even the void. This race was very rare, not much more than the 6-ear macaque race. Who would have thought that one would come here? Where are the 3 young masters? Old Taotai is here. It barged into the banquet hall with a muffled voice, eliciting cries from all the distinguished guests. It directly met up with the divine kings beside Old Gu. Divine King Taotai is here. The group drew in a breath of cold air. Not to mention them, even the divine kings were shocked. This beast even dared to eat divine kings like them. Divine King Taotai was the leader of the organization founded by Old Gu in Ming province. Macaque's sword-like brows twitched. This was really absurd. He felt that he would be able to suppress all the people as soon as he appeared. Even if these 3 people had extraordinary backgrounds, they couldn't compare to the 6-eared macaque race. In the end, these people were too unreasonable. Batch after batch of divine kings rushed over, making him wipe his sweat. Be it in terms of quantity or quality, they weren't inferior to the wasteland arena. Next, following the flickering of the teleportation runes, the giant city was filled with deafening roars. Before long, another dozen or so godly kings arrived. They all hurried over from the neighboring provinces and charged into the building according to the coordinates. And this was only the beginning. It was far from over. The divine kings from the neighboring provinces were on the move. They were shouting and challenging on the dark forums. They wanted to kill their way over. This day was destined to not be peaceful. The newspapers were destined to be sold out. Macaque's face twitched. He couldn't take it anymore. There was a black mass of divine kings on the other side. There were already 50 to 60 venerables, and they were still increasing. If they were to fight, the Wasteland Arena would suffer heavy losses regardless of the outcome. Invite the Celestial Venerables? What a joke. If the other side could mobilize so many divine kings, how could they not have peerless experts of a higher level overseeing them? Moreover, once things developed to that point, there would be no turning back. A bloody battle was bound to break out. Celestial Venerables had rarely appeared in the world all these years to avoid a battle of this magnitude. The destructive power was too shocking, and the Wasteland Arena was doing business. Although the 6-eared macaque race was powerful, they wouldn't start a pointless war. It was better to keep a low profile and avoid a bloody battle. That was why Macaque's expression was stiff. At the critical moment, it was Su Kuan, the heir of a minor shareholder family, who spoke up. He tried his best to smile warmly. Brothers, why are you so angry? There's no need to go so far. I feel like we are the same kind of people. We should sit down and have a good chat. We can cooperate in the future. When Makak heard him say this, his violent temper was immediately extinguished. He also revealed a faint smile and said, "Brothers, you are so bold. I admire people like you. This is in line with my temperament. A true man should be like this, not afraid when encountering trouble." His golden hair was brilliant and emitted a dazzling radiance. His face was fair and his golden pupils were sharp. He was extremely handsome. He smiled and extended his hand, inviting Old Goo and the others to the Supreme Hall. They were going to drink and chat merrily. He invited them to watch the gladiator duel. And please, Old Goo was quite elegant as he walked forward. He didn't pester them and wasn't unforgiving. Chu Feng and Dong Dahu naturally walked side by side with him. Everyone's eyes widened. These three were truly overlords among dragons, emperors among ferocious dragons. They were too valiant, yet they made the wasteland arena compromise just like that. However, everyone had no choice but to accept this. It was because the number of divine kings behind Old Goo and the others was still increasing. In the blink of an eye, there were close to 10 more. It truly made people dizzy. It was too terrifying. However, along the way, Old Goo saw a poster and immediately revealed anger. Who is this? That was naturally Yuan Mo. His bronze upper body was exposed, and he was in a metal cage. He was one of the slaves that was going to appear in the arena tonight. Oh, this one? Just a lowly slave. According to reports, he seems to have some kind of race background. Su Kuan was elegant as he introduced like this. "You're courting death." Old Goo was furious. Su Kuan immediately felt as if 10,000 divine beasts were roaring through his heart. "Motherfucker, you became hostile just like that. Aren't you a bit too forceful?" Dong Dahu and Chu Feng's hearts jumped. They really wanted to say, "Old Goo, enough is enough. Saving people is more important. Don't go overboard with your acting." "What do you mean?" Makak was angry. As the descendant of a primal chaos creature, his bloodline was terrifying and difficult to find in this world. He was a bit angered. "My son, you've been dead for so many years. Today, I actually see someone who looks exactly like you here." Old Goo wept loudly. Chu Feng and Dong Dahu were dumbfounded. Then they became angry. Old Goo, this bastard, was taking advantage of them while saving people. They were the same generation as Yuan Mo. "How old are you?" Makak said coldly. "This old man has returned to his youth. My cultivation method is special." Old Goo said angrily. Then, hot tears rolled down from his eyes in pairs. He looked at the poster for a long time without saying anything. "Old Goo, you've gone overboard." Dong Dahu reminded him secretly. "No, you really look like my son. Why didn't I notice before?" "Son!" Old Goo roared. Then, everyone saw a group of large men, all of them divine kings, seal off the banquet hall. Tao Tai Divine King even shouted, "Master, do you want to kill them all?" Chapter 1164. They were evil to the extreme. They had already made peace, but now they wanted to turn hostile and kill everyone here. They were truly tyrannical. This was the six-eared macaque's home ground, an arena opened by their clan. Who were those three youths? Where did they come from? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Forget it. We're not unreasonable people. It's not their fault this time. Old Goo sighed and waved his hand. "You're still reasonable?" Many people were speechless. Su Kuan's nose was almost crooked from anger. They had turned hostile in the blink of an eye and wanted to kill people. However, this kind of attitude made many people feel at ease. It was as if they were listening to celestial music. They were no longer afraid or nervous. Otherwise, the group of men behind the three youths were like a group of gangster-like divine kings. It was truly terrifying. Each of them wore cold armor on the inside and expensive robes on the outside. They held scarlet machetes and blood-dripping maces in their hands. It was obvious that they had just returned from the battlefield and were full of killing intent. At the same time, there were also divine kings who had always been gentle and elegant with a smile on their faces. However, they could transform at any time. The smiling divine king just now had burst his robes in the blink of an eye, and turned into a ferocious beast with scales as cold as steel. He was overflowing with hostility. Of course, there were also those who didn't change. For example, the divine king of the primordial yak race with a pair of coarse ox horns, combed back hair, and a cigar in his mouth was like an old ruffian. He was flashy and vile, puffing smoke rings into people's faces. He had been provoking them from the beginning and hadn't changed at all. What kind of people were they? The honored guests present were speechless. They really couldn't afford to offend a group of people. Since it's a misunderstanding, then it's nothing. Su Kuan's nose was almost crooked from anger, but he could only hold it in. He really didn't want to fight this group of people to the end. They were all bastards and not to be trifled with. The misunderstanding has been resolved. This way, please. Macaque Hong spoke, but he was truly unhappy. The six-eared macaque race had never feared anyone. They had always fought until the stars exploded and the primal chaos collapsed. Their innate biological bloodline was invincible, but today they had to swallow their anger. Of course, he also viewed this as a form of cultivation. Their race was too hot-tempered, and if they could restrain themselves from getting angry over certain matters, then that would be a form of tempering their temperament. Please. Old Gu also nodded. Right now, he was quite reasonable and refined. He extended his hand towards Chi Hong and Su Kuan. Everyone present was speechless because what they saw next was that the two parties chatted happily, as if they were old friends at first sight. It was as if they had met each other a long time ago, and their conversation was in full swing. The Supreme Being Banquet Hall was a cave, an open style. Those outside could see beautiful mountain peaks one after another, essence energy swirling about, clouds rising and multicolored light glistening. There were even pavilions, golden waterfalls, silver springs, and other things extremely grand and majestic. Moreover, all of these beautiful sceneries were situated within a large building. It was truly transcendent. There was a universe within, and there were other fortunes within. It wasn't something an ordinary evolver could imagine. It was just a big building, but many of the rooms were different and independent cave residences. Chun Yu, Lu Yun, and the others were all nervous and apprehensive. The three youngsters they provoked in the beginning actually entered the Supreme Being Hall, and even the master of this place, the six-eared macaque, was accompanying them. This was just too shocking. They were inwardly regretful. They really shouldn't have meddled in this matter. They were momentarily arrogant and ridiculed the bumpkins they encountered along the way, but now they actually provoked these kinds of characters. It truly was frightening. They were scared that Old Gu and the others would settle the score later on. Since Brother Gu said that the gladiator seemed to be your deceased son, then I'll have someone bring him over and pass him on to you. Don't be too sad. Su Kuan spoke in a timely manner, suggesting that he would gift Yuan Mo to Old Gu and the others. He said this while pinching his nose. This kind of thing was truly rare, actually making him lower his head. Old Gu and Chu Feng both smiled. This Su Kuan really knew how to conduct himself. This kind of attitude made them feel comfortable. However, Lung Wan herself knew that whether or not Su Kuan and Chi Hong were comfortable was hard to say. Not long after, Yuan Mo was brought over and moved into the banquet hall along with the iron cage. One could see that his hands and feet were bound with thick, special metal chains. He was imprisoned. Yuan Mo, you were originally a lowly slave from the serene realm. In this kind of battle, you would bleed out sooner or later and die in the iron cage. However, you met a noble today, and he appreciates you greatly. We have the honor to help you achieve your goals, so we'll send you out and set you free. Chi Hong spoke. Even though his temper wasn't that good, he could still say some polite words. However, this kind of words made Chu Feng and Dong Dahu unhappy. What lowly slave from the lesser Yin realm? This kind of address was too hateful, and it made them inwardly furious. However, after thinking about it carefully, they still didn't want to complicate the issue. It was already not bad if they could gently rescue Yuan Mo without a bloody battle. Of course, this was just their wishful thinking. Chi Hong and Su Kuan didn't feel that what happened at the banquet was very gentle at all. In their eyes, this was a group of hooligans. These divine kings were too disgraceful. If there was a master, then there would definitely be these divine kings. No, I accept the suggestion of sending you to someone else. Yuan Mo broke the friendly atmosphere at the scene and actually spoke like this. It was very abrupt, and it made everyone stunned and somewhat puzzled. This was a rare opportunity to get rid of his slave status, and he actually refused? Had his head been kicked by a primordial donkey? Do you know what you're saying? Su Kuan said coldly. He was very elegant and aloof to others, but when facing the slaves, he was incomparably cold and had a cold expression. Of course I know what I'm saying. Yuan Mo's attitude didn't change, and he didn't obey the will of the arena shareholders. My son, it's as if I'm seeing your wild and untamed youth again. Just like before, is this your reincarnation? Old Gu was emotional. There were tears on his face, and even his hands were trembling. Even Chu Feng and Dong Dahu were dumbfounded. Was Old Gu faking it, or had he really brought up a sad memory? It's true, I do have a son. He's extraordinarily talented, untamed, and wild. Since the first beauty I'm pursuing is reincarnated in the lesser Een world, then my son from the same generation might also be reborn in that Een land. Old Gu said this, but of course he was secretly conversing with them using his divine sense, and it was impossible for it to be leaked. Dong Dahu said, Old Gu, you're really something. You already have a child, yet you're still pursuing the first beauty of the Yang world. In the end, you even kidnapped and robbed her. You're really an old, shameless man. What do you know? King Chung is the ancestor, and it's impossible even if you don't want to marry her. Every clan took the initiative to arrange a marriage with you, and if I don't accept, I'll be offending them. What can I do? Old Gu was unconvinced. Do you want to die? At this time, Su Kuan said to Yuan Mo in an awe-inspiring manner. Yuan Mo was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, I'm not a slave. I'm only temporarily residing in the wasteland arena to cultivate. This is a letter. Read it yourself. He opened his mouth, and with a swoosh, a letter flew out from his mouth and landed on the table. Huh, a disciple of the immortal temple? Su Kuan was shocked. This made him very surprised. This so-called slave was actually living in the wasteland arena on purpose to temper himself through battles. Everyone gasped after hearing this. That immortal temple was really too famous. It was a force that dared to challenge Qingzhou's martial arts hall. Qingzhou's martial arts hall was the dojo of the supreme martial deity, and there was an almighty being behind him. Moreover, it was rumored that he was the grand disciple of the martial madman. This line was too terrifying. That celestial venerable of the immortal temple was the archenemy of the supreme martial deity. They had fought since their youth until now, and both of them had become celestial venerables. However, they still couldn't eliminate each other. This was enough to show how terrifying the immortal temple was. Even when facing the grand disciple of the martial madman, they dared to fight to the death. They had fought since their youth until now, and they were both celestial venerables. However, they still couldn't eliminate each other, which was enough to show how terrifying the immortal temple was. This, Brother Gu, what do you think? Su Kuan looked at Old Gu and was a bit embarrassed. The wasteland arena wasn't willing to provoke the immortal temple. A gentleman always has his own plans. How can I force someone against their will? Young man, you are really similar to my deceased son. Seeing you, I can't help but shed silent tears. A hero's spirit is short. I really want to reverse time and space and go back to the past to save you. Woo, Old Gu cried loudly. This made people feel strange. He didn't even look like he was fully grown and was only 12 or 13 years old. Yet, he had such a sorrowful and old-fashioned tone. Yuan Mo was really annoying. Don't think that I'm taking advantage of you. I'm actually cultivating a type of immortality technique. After a period of time, I'll return to my youth. In fact, I'm already quite old. Come, child, it's fate that we met. I'll give you a visualization diagram that can help you in your cultivation. Old Gu took out a diagram from his dark and swarthy bracelet. It was actually a moving diagram with the primal chaos green lotus swaying without stopping. The 3 leaves represented the birth of all things and actually rustled. Spirit roots of heaven and earth appeared around the lotus pond. All kinds of innate gods and devils appeared as if they had returned to the era when the heavens were created. He didn't allow Yuan Mo to refuse and forcefully gave it to him. "I hope that if we meet again, you can call me uncle," Old Gu said with a smile. Secretly, Dong Dahu was cursing Old Gu, saying that he wasn't kind and honest. After knowing him for so long, he didn't even give him a painting. Now that he was giving him the Yuan Mo visualization diagram, it was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of them and lower their seniority. "Sai, I really feel that he's like my son. That's why I gave him an ancient diagram. If you want one, I'll give you one too. Back then, my big brother was on a whim and learned painting from fairy from the heavens. He personally drew a picture of the exotic desolate tiger. His brush and ink all contain the rhythm of the great Tao and are priceless. I've collected one of them." Visualizing the exotic desolate tiger, Dong Dahu trembled in excitement. The storm was resolved just like that. Yuan Mo was carried away from the iron cage along with that painting scroll. Such an outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, everyone was in awe of Old Gu, Chu Feng, and Dong Dahu. They felt that the origins of these 3 were too great. There weren't many people who could accompany them in the Supreme Hall, but there were definitely quasi-immortal race residing in this prefecture. Ying Zhixian was here and glanced at Chu Feng from time to time. She actually felt that he was somewhat familiar. This was a kind of instinctive intuition. She always felt that she had seen this youth's words and actions yesterday. At the same time, the news caused a sensation when it spread to the outside world. 3 mysterious youths had appeared in the Ming province's wasteland arena. There were 60 to 70 divine kings escorting them. This kind of news was too explosive. Even if the young successor of the Hung clan was traveling, it shouldn't be so outrageous, right? Best-selling periodicals from all over the world published news one after another. Many platforms were publishing the latest photos and news, causing a sensation everywhere. These news attracted the attention of countless people and would cause great waves. Chapter 1165. It was one thing for Old Gu to become a hot topic, but a photo of Chu Feng's side profile was also unexpectedly popular and caused a heated discussion. Some media outlets directly used the title, "A Smile Can Turn a City Upside Down," and talked about it, saying that it was a young girl whose side profile was too beautiful. In this day and age, what was the most popular, apart from major events that affected the world, were naturally celebrity scandals, and such topics were naturally inseparable from women. Unfortunately, Chu Feng was shot and used by unscrupulous businessmen. However, some observant people also noticed him because of this hot topic. Even if he wasn't using his true appearance and had changed his appearance, some of his silhouette, figure, and even the complexion of his temples and eyebrows still had some traces of him. Damn, why does it look like G-Dade? Is it the G-Dade who killed M.O. Lay and screwed over the M.O. family? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The outside world couldn't calm down all of a sudden, and huge waves swept through. Chu Feng was actually very cautious. At least his current appearance didn't match his original appearance. G-Dade wasn't his true appearance, so he was a little careless this time. Although he didn't expose Chu Feng's background, he more or less revealed some of G-Dade's charm. Damn, G-Dade, you screw me over. The first to confirm that it was G-Dade was that strange dragon. He was the first to jump out, convinced that it was that evil and sinister grandson. Recently, he had been a little miserable, carrying a huge black pot and being hunted across states. He was only concerned with escaping, and many of his ideals and beautiful wishes couldn't be realized at the beginning of his new life. G-Day, come out. This young master is carrying the strongest black pot in history. This strongest tempering process is too stifling. I want to fight you. Long Du couldn't stand it anymore. He logged into a famous platform in the world of the living and announced it to the whole world. He directly named G-Dade. At first, people didn't pay much attention, but after a little comparison and thinking about it, compared to the wanted criminal, he really did look a little like that. There was some commotion at the banquet. There were many people here, and they were all young elites from various races. They were all invited guests, and some people received the news. G-Dade was here at the scene. For a moment, they were speechless. After careful observation, they found that it was really a little like him. Did that young fugitive come here? Everyone found it hard to believe. This was too high profile, wasn't it? In the beginning, there were a few people who were truly tempted. This was the number 2 wanted criminal of the MO family. Even though the reward was only a fraction of Longdayu's, it was still shocking and made people's eyes turn red. But after paying a little more attention, everyone became discouraged again. How were they supposed to arrest him? They had seen crazy people before, but they had never seen someone as crazy as this. It was just a single trip, and he had casually summoned 67 God Kings. Whoever went up would die. This foundation was no weaker than the foreign desolate race. After all, this was only a temporary mobilization of power from a single plane. Who knew how many God Kings G-Dade and Old Man Goo could summon if they really wanted to gather them from everywhere? Holy shit, it's not just 60 or 70 God Kings. In the blink of an eye, there are a few more. It's almost 80, right? Why is it still growing? This is 2F** King scary. Finally, someone noticed that Old Goo's summoning hadn't ended yet. The number of God Kings rushing over from other provinces was still increasing. Stop looking. That big hoodlum God King with slick back hair, swaying coarse ox horns, and cigar in his mouth is staring at us. Don't mention the word wanted criminal again. People were a little afraid and a little worried. They didn't dare to talk about the bounty anymore. What kind of joke was this? If this went on, 80 God Kings wouldn't be the final number. It would continue to grow, and when the time came, it could even break 100. In that case, G-Dade didn't dare to kill the foreign desolate race's MO family at the sky-piercing waterfall because he really had the confidence to do so. As the person involved, Old Man Goo himself was a little uneasy. Didn't he tell that old ox not to summon more people? How improper was this? Was it really like a fight between hoodlums? Was it a competition of numbers? Cart after cart of people came over to pull the hands of others. Old Man Goo felt a little guilty. How could a black token of his be so powerful? This matter was a little out of his control. It couldn't be that he was going to die in the light just because he was pretending to be 13, right? He really couldn't stay calm. Old Man Goo directly admonished and looked at the primordial barbaric ox race's God King and Tautai God King. Old ox, old glutton, stop before you go too far. Don't let our brothers come over. It's too tiring. Moreover, the people who are opening up the arena are very sincere. They're already brothers, so why are you still calling people over? Don't be so high profile. When everyone heard this, they wanted to curse. You still have a nerve to say not to be so high profile? Someone scolded you as a country bumpkin, and you called over 80 God Kings. Could you be any more tyrannical? Although Su Kuan wore a gentle smile, there were 100,000 divine beasts roaring in his heart. Now you're telling me to be low profile? Ha! You've already pretended. So what else is there to say? The six-eared macaque race's heaven-subduing God King, Macaque Hong, also had a faint look in his eyes. He chuckled inwardly. He really wanted to pick up his cudgel and finish off this pretty boy. We've already stopped calling people over. It's only because our brothers are too enthusiastic and some strongly requested to come over. In fact, most of the people from the other provinces have stopped. Old Ox replied and puffed out a ring of smoke. He looked like he was being very low profile. Everyone present had a toothache. This really made them speechless. Old Goo was speechless and felt a lot more at ease. However, he was an old demon and had many thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he wasn't afraid at all and revealed a smile. Old Goo, something big has happened. At this time, Tiger Dong suddenly said, "What happened? Is it because of me?" Old Goo was startled. "No, it's because of Brother Chu. Someone has dug out that he looks like G-Dade. It's even been published in the newspapers and sent to the hot topics of all the major platforms. The initial title was A Faint Smile, Cantopolis City. Tiger Dong secretly hinted to Chu Feng and Old Gu to look at the universe's brain. After reading it, Chu Feng's face immediately darkened. A woman? F*CK your grandpa. This young master's real name is Chu Feng, and his nickname is Demon Chu, also known as human trafficker, okay? With such a brutal past, you dare to smear it as a woman? What kind of lousy reporter is this? So unprofessional. Chu Feng was extremely angry. What should we do? Has he been exposed? Tiger Dong felt guilty. Ying Zhixian had been observing Chu Feng all along and felt as if she had seen him yesterday. At this time, she relaxed her beautiful brows and seemed to have come to a realization. Could it be that this was G-Dade? That was why she found him familiar? After all, she had seen his figure at the waterfall and also saw the wanted poster. He looked somewhat similar. Three Dao brothers, it's not peaceful outside, Monkey Hong said. As a member of the six-eared macaque clan, they were least afraid of chaos. They loved the arrival of a chaotic era. This was their temperament. After hearing the outside news, he revealed a genuine smile for the first time tonight. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Whoever dares to come will be annihilated. Old Gu waved his hand. Chu Feng nodded. Yes, some people are jumping around too happily. They should be taught a lesson. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and felt a little dizzy. Were these two extremely bold, or were they just pretending? At this time, great waves were stirring in the outside world. That was because that strange dragon had issued a new level of provocation. G-Dade, you swindler. Come out with me if you have the guts. Let's make an agreement to use all means and have a decisive battle at the Mo clan's summit. Long Dayu's words meant that regardless of whether he called for help or moved out himself, he would have a decisive battle at the Mo clan's summit. The so-called Mo clan's summit definitely referred to the Mo clan symbolic building. This caused a huge commotion and the world was in an uproar. Was he crazy? However, what made everyone stupefied was that Chu Feng's response was just as crazy. Good, that makes too much sense. The Mo clan actually dares to put me on the wanted list. They really need to be taught a lesson. I'll accept the challenge and have a decisive battle at their home. Chu Feng responded in the universe's brain. The strange dragon spoke again. Good. An honest man doesn't do underhanded things. I'll tell you in advance that I'm going to send invitations to a group of old brothers and invite experts from all walks of life to come out. Damn it, the Mo clan actually dares to put me on the wanted list. This time, I'll use their home as my battlefield. If I don't turn the world upside down, I'm not Long Dayu. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.